where it says, the beast that rises from the bottomless pit will make war on them and conquer them and kill them. What we're about to do is that was just like a little, so we said that in Revelation 11, and the original readers of this, or listeners of this, went, wait, there's a beast? What are you talking about, a beast that's going to kill everybody? And Jesus says, hang on just a second. And now we flip the page and he says, let's talk about that beast. Now we're going to start talking about it. So the way that I do this, I'll tell you the orange in just a second, but we're about to start the first section is the letters. The second section is the throne and the scroll. The third section that we're about ready to start, I think what that is like an explanation of chapter 11 and verse 7. It's basically chapter 11 and verse 7 said the beast is going to persecute you. 12 through 16 is, let's talk about that. That's basically what we're about to do. And it's like everything else. Like there's a little more to it than that. But if you wanted to think about it like that, I think you'd be all right. I don't know how to tell you to write that. I would maybe just next to 11 and 7 in the margin, maybe just write something like 12 through 16 is this. Like 12 through 16 explains this. Andrew, I'm glad you're back. All right. Chapter 12. With your orange pen above, right where chapter 12 starts, just write Revelation 12 through 16. Make your section. And you'll have to think about what you want to call it. I just wrote war. You might write spiritual warfare, persecution. You could write something like that. I don't care what you call it. 12 through 16 is this spiritual warfare between the dragon and his agents and God's people. But the thing that I would definitely write, being mindful that what I'm telling you is not the only way to understand this. There are other ways to understand it. This is the way I understand it. I'm all about that structure, and so in parentheses, I wrote, there are 7 visions here. We're about ready to start looking at 7 visions. And the first thing that I would like to do is to go ahead and mark those visions. Just so we can, as we move through, we can see where we are, how much we have left, what the whole thing looks like. So orange, you're going to need your orange highlighter and your orange pen. Chapter 12 and verse 1 says, a great sign appeared. And that's just your indicator, hey, there's a vision. There's a sign, there's a great sign. A great sign appeared. And so then I do this. Next to that, I write 1/7. I always, anytime there's a defined number in something, because I'm going to open up the page one day and I'm going to see 3/7, and rather than just 3, I'm not going to say, oh man, I wonder how many there are here. I know I start at 1 and I go to 7. So next to each of these, that's what I write. 12:1 is 1 of 7. No, this is all orange. I did this as orange because there are purple subsections in each of these. That's a good question. Thanks, Jared. I'm going to try and be as nice to you as I can because I know how painful it is to you not to have the Chiefs game on. I'm really sorry about that. I scheduled this on purpose to 13 in verse 1 says, I saw. I did the whole thing just so it's like If you want to just see the vision, I saw, but I want to know what the vision is. I saw a beast rising out of the sea. That's all orange for me. And that's 2 of 7. 2/7. Yep. (13:11). I saw another beast rising out of the earth. It's 3 of 7. I didn't put my emphasis on the right syllable when I said that. I should have said, I saw another beast, and I should have said, rising out of the earth. So when I said another beast rising out of the earth, no, the first one came out of the sea. This is another beast rising out of the earth, land beast. 14:1. Then I looked. That's my indicator that this is a vision. Then I looked. But then I put what the vision is also in orange. So I looked, behold, on Mount Zion, and this is what I did in orange. The Lamb, and with him 144,000. So that's the vision. The Lamb, and with him 144,000. And that's 4 of 7. (14:6). Uh-oh. I had my first hot flash. I feel it coming on now. I get grouchy. That's the problem. And we're all going to get tired, and I'm going to get grouchy because it's going to be hot. In verse 6, then I saw, is our next vision, and I'm not going to do anything more than that because there are 4 main points in this section. So just then I saw, that's 5 of 7. Chapter 14 and verse 14. Then I looked. That's all I got for that one. Then I looked. That's 6 of 7. I am really pumped to get to that one. That one's fun. That one's really fun. Maybe one of my favorites. It's hype like you will think of all the things to be your favorites, but it is. That's one of my favorites. Then we've got an interlude, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, pause, and then our 7. Okay. Do your orange highlighter first. We'll work through this one. Chapter 15 and verse 5. After this I looked. There's our vision indicator. But what did I see in verse 6? Out of the sanctuary came, this is orange, 7 angels with 7 plagues. So this is what I saw, 7 angels with 7 plagues. And even more than that, in verse 7 it says, one of the 4 living creatures gave to the 7 angels 7 golden bowls full of the wrath of God. So I did bowls full of the wrath of God. So that one is telling me this. The 7th vision, I looked and I saw 7 angels with 7 plagues, which are the 7 bowls full of the wrath of God. I just want to see like what's happening.
So what about chapter 15, verse 1?
Yeah, there's other I saws in there, but these are just like major, what would you call it? Scene changes, something like that. Yeah, I'm not telling you that there's only 7 times the word I saw or used, because the whole book is a vision. But that would be a good reason. That would be a really good reason for someone to say, no, Ryan, this is not the way that you're supposed to structure this. But then I'm just going to say, it's already written in my Bible. It's too late. And then that's 7 of 7. Next to 15:5 is 7 of 7. So that is our plan. That's our roadmap for where we're headed over the next little bit. Number 1. Can I please, we're going to look at the first sign. Can somebody please read chapter 12 and verses 1 through 6? Also, remember how we started in chapter 4 with God's entourage? This is not the same thing with the entourage, but if you want to be thinking about how to divide it up, look for the different characters. Who are the different characters in this part of the story? That's what you're going to watch for. So who's going to read that? 12, 1 through 6. Jordan, go ahead.
And a great sign appeared in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, with the moon under her feet, and on her head a crown of 12 stars. She was pregnant and crying out in birth pains and the agony of giving birth. And another sign appeared in heaven, behold, a great red dragon with 7 heads and 10 horns, and on his head 7 diadems. His tail swept down a third of the stars of heaven and cast them to the earth. And the dragon stood before the woman who was about to give birth, so that when she bore her child, he might devour it. She gave birth to a male child, one who is to rule all the nations with a rod of iron. But her child was caught up to God and to his throne, and the woman fled into the wilderness, where she has a place prepared by God, in which she is to be nourished for 1,260 days.
Okay. Who's our characters here? What did you say?
Pregnant woman and a dragon.
Okay. And you got another one? A male child. I got 3 of them. So with purple, in verse 1, I just did a woman. We'll highlight them all, and then I want to ask questions about these. So there's the woman, and the question for you to be thinking about is, who is the woman? Or what is the woman? So there's a woman. In verse 3, another sign appeared in heaven, behold, a great red dragon. So there's our second major player. I think that this is probably important. Next to your purple, if you have room in your text there, I know that you know this. Like I know let's just make the point. Who's the great red dragon? Satan. Easy. How can you prove that? Just write verse 9 next to it. Look down at verse 9. The great dragon was thrown down, that ancient serpent who is called the devil and Satan. Anytime Revelation gives you a helper, take it. You know what I mean? Like, we don't have a lot of those, so take it when you do. And it's like, okay, I know who the great red dragon is. I don't have to wonder. And then in verse 5, there's a male child. She gave birth to a male child. That's purple also. Who's the male child? Yes. And I don't have like an easy way to do that other than one who is to rule all the nations with the rod of iron, but her child was caught up to God, to his throne. I don't really feel like I need a verse to say, hey, that's Jesus. Like, that's the description of Jesus. Okay, the reason why, I'm not sure that this will actually happen. Well, I don't know, 25 minutes, so we'll see. But I have it on the schedule that we'll do Revelation from 1 to 2. Or 12, chapter 12 from 1 to 2. And this is the reason why. Who's the woman? What did you say?
Messianic community of Jews, people of God.
Okay, we have one. Do you want to do? Can I just say the Jews?
Yeah.
Okay, the Jews is one option.
I would say all people of God.
All people of God, Jews plus Christians. We can do that, right? Jews plus Christians. But, I mean, Jews plus Christians isn't going to be the Jesus factor. Yeah, Jordan?
Is there a reason it wouldn't be Mary?
I'm sorry?
Is there a reason it wouldn't be Mary?
Okay, so what about Mary? Because she is the woman who gives birth to the male child, right? Other options? I think that I'm going to do a combination here. I don't think it's Mary, but I'm going to stick with Jews. Hold on a second. I'm going to stick with Jews as a technical, but what I wrote above, this is in the margin next to a woman, I wrote this: God's true people. Because it kind of combines what the two ideas, God's true people. And I've got a couple references there. But it's like when Paul says in Romans, not all who are Israel are Israel. And I'll give you the verse, but the idea is God's bride, his true people throughout history. So yes, I would say Jews, and I would feel good about that, so long as you recognize Jews as God's real people, Jews.
I'll open the can of worms here, but the universal church.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. The congregation, the church of God's people throughout time. So, I mean, we would have to define it, but that is the word that's used in the Septuagint. Yeah. Claire, do you have one?
I'm seeing a lot of, obviously Old Testament imagery, but Abraham and Sarah, Hagar, things like that. So I was just thinking more like along your lines of the nation of all people, especially in regards to Joseph's dream, the moon, the sun, all the stars being father, mother, like a whole family unit.
Mm-hmm.
So the entire family of God.
Yeah. Yeah. Family of God, God's family, God's true people, who are the Jews, not all of them, but who are the Jews.
I think Galatians 3, Abraham's offspring.
Okay, that would be a good, I would be okay with that word. So let me show you what some of the things are that I wrote, and you can take them or leave them. I wrote, for the woman, I wrote God's true people. And here is one big thing I think that you should see. Just a little pointer to verse 17. In verse 17 it says, the dragon became furious with the woman and went off to make war on the rest of her offspring. And so, you see what I'm talking about? Like God's true people, but now God's true people are spiritual Israel. The true church, if you wanted to call them that. I also want to point you to a couple things. This is not the first time that we've talked about this. In chapter 2 and verse 9, I know your tribulation and your poverty, but you're rich, and the slander of those who say that they're Jews that are not. That same concept. I've got another one, chapter 3 and verse 9. Behold, I will make those of the synagogue of Satan who say that they're Jews that are not. And so all of these people who say that they're Jews, but they are not God's faithful people, they don't get to be included in who the woman is, who brought the Son into the world. But God's people is the woman. That's the way I treat it, is the woman who brought the Son into the world.
So do you think that there's a correlation between that and God's true people and that her crown had 12 stars?
Okay, so the 12 stars is what Claire was referring to. If you want to put this, I wrote Genesis 37 and verse 9. Genesis 37 and verse 9 next to that, because that's Joseph's dream, where Joseph told his family, I had a dream that the sun and the moon and the stars all came and bowed down to me. The sun is his dad, the moon is his mom, and the stars are his other brothers, Israel, who bows down to him. And so that's more of like Israel is the woman, this faithful woman, yeah. Did I see another one, Andrew? I'm sorry? Oh, I don't know. I'm at you now.
So this is kind of like, it's kind of like the true humanity as well, kind of like the God reshaping. Because I'm thinking of like Saul, where it's like, what is man that you mind for him, the son of man that you care for him. Like you made him a little lower than the heavenly beings, but you crowned him with glory and honor and give him subjected over all the works of your hands, the sun, the moon, and the stars, which you've set in place. So because in a way humanity is, like God's our good husband, our good father. And so we are the more shapeable, like more feminine,
Yeah.
like bride of Christ.
From the very start, you've got Abel's direction and you've got Cain's direction. Those who are going to walk with God and those who are not.
Clarifying question. We're saying that the woman is just like confining it to Jews and confining it to the Jews who actually obey?
Yes. Yes. And the way that I did that, I mean, if you want to say Jews, I'm all, because that's right. Yeah, but the Jews start being, I mean, Abraham's offspring. I just like God's true people.
There's a lot of really strong ties to Micah. I don't know, are you going to Micah?
No, I'm not doing that. No.
This is the pregnant woman,
Yeah.
daughter Zion, gives birth to the one in Bethlehem who's going to rule. There's just a lot of imagery from
Yeah.
Micah 4:6 through chapter 5, verse 6.
Yeah. Yeah, same thing, like multiple Old Testament allusions in every section. I wanted you to start thinking about this, though. This is the reason why I'm making such a major production out of this. One of the bad guys, when we get to chapter 18, is the prostitute. The unfaithful whore, prostitute. And so we've got, I don't want to get into this situation where we're like, the dragon is parallel with the Father, the sea beast is parallel with the Son. I'm tempted to do that, but I don't want to. I don't feel very comfortable with that, but I think that's right. But the Holy Spirit is parallel with the land beast, and then you've got this prostitute in this whole thing who contrasts with God's faithful people, the woman. It's our sermon tomorrow morning of what is Revelation about. Every single one of us is on one side of the chart or the other. And so I know that we're not there yet, you don't see that yet, but I want to start planting the seeds that this picture of the woman, when we get to the end of Revelation, here comes this woman, the bride of Christ, dressed all in white. And she's going to come down and there's going to be a great marriage versus the prostitute who's going to be destroyed and thrown away. Just start thinking these thoughts. That's all I want you to do is start planting seeds thinking about what's coming. It'll be better to think it now than me springing it on you after the fact. So you got the woman. She's pregnant. She's crying out in birth pains, agony, giving birth. And there's a dragon. And more about the stars falling from heaven as angel in verse 4, his tail swept down a third of the stars. Heaven cast them to the earth. The devil is not the only one who has fallen. The Bible's clear about that. The dragon stood before the woman who is about to give birth so that when she bore her child, he might devour it. He did not want this thing to happen. He did not want faithful Israel to bring the Son into the world. But she did. In verse 5, she gave birth to a male child, one who is to rule all the nations with a rod of iron. But he was caught up to God on his throne. But the woman was not. God's faithful people, the Son went to heaven to sit on the throne with God. The woman's still here. God's faithful people. And so the woman goes into the wilderness. And this is more of the same. She's nourished for 1,260 days. That's our 3.5 number, 3.5 years. Life here now, God's faithful people, we're nourished, we're sealed. God has protected our souls, but it's not fun. We're in the wilderness. It's a time of, it's going to hurt until we figure it out, until we get there. Snoopy had a really good illustration. It's kind of like the down 3.5, up 3.5. Snoopy talked about anytime you're running a race, like a 5K or a 10K or something, and you get to the halfway point, and it's like, oh, I'm only halfway. And the other half is like, this is about to be miserable. I'd rather just quit. 3.5. She's going to be nourished for that amount of time in the wilderness. Verse 7, I think this is a next scene in the play in verse 7, so it's purple. Now war arose in heaven. Let's talk about this war in just a second. Michael and his angels fighting against the dragon. And the dragon and his angels fought back, but he was defeated, and there was no longer any place for them in heaven. And the great dragon was thrown down, that ancient serpent who is called the devil and Satan, the deceiver of the whole world. He was thrown down to the earth, and his angels were thrown down with him. I have a reference there. Next to this picture of verse 8, there's no longer any place for them in heaven. Hold off before you write this. I'll tell you the verses, but hang on because you might not want to write them all. But what I'm going to do is go to Luke chapter 9. And I like to see the whole context here. In Luke chapter 9 and verses 1 and 2, Jesus called the 12 together and gave them power and authority over all the demons and to cure diseases, and he sent them out to proclaim the kingdom of God and to heal. So Jesus sends his apostles out and he says, go do this thing. And that's just context. They come back in chapter 10. In chapter 10 and verse 1, after this, I guess this is a second situation. After this, the Lord appointed 72 others and sent them on ahead of him 2 by 2 into every town and place where he himself was about to go. And he said, the harvest is plentiful, labors are few, therefore pray earnestly that the Lord of the harvest, to the Lord of harvest, to send out laborers in his vineyard. Go your way. Behold, I'm sending you out as lamb in the midst of wolves. And this is the one that I'm referring to when they come back. In verse 17, the 72 return with joy, saying, these are the verses that I'd probably write. The 72 return with joy, saying, Lord, even the demons are subject to us in your name. They're going out, they're casting out demons, they're healing people. And the disciples are shocked, like, hey, these spiritual forces listen to us. And Jesus' comment about that in verse 18 is, I saw Satan fall like lightning from heaven. And so, this great battle, I think what's pointing to here is, even though the Son has already gone to the throne in our earlier verse, I think this war that arises in heaven is the gospel going out, fighting against Satan. In other places in the gospel, you would call it binding the strong man. Teaching the gospel. Ultimately, Jesus' resurrection is the defeat, and the devil is cast down to the earth. So here's, if you want just a quick and easy thing to write. Next to verse 8. He was defeated. There's no longer a place for them in heaven. Luke chapter 10, verse 19. Luke 10:19. It's basically the defeat of Satan in the work of Jesus and his resurrection. And the result of that is going to be green in verse 10. I heard a loud voice in heaven saying, and this is the green message, now the salvation and the power and the kingdom of our God and the authority of his Christ have come. That's, Satan has now been defeated. Green, because it's good. In verse 10, now the salvation, power, kingdom of our God and authority of his Christ have come. For the accuser of our brothers has been thrown down, who accuses them day and night before our God. And they have conquered him by the blood of the Lamb and by the word of their testimony. I don't have anything to say about that other than I really want you to notice. How do we conquer the devil? With this word, with this gospel. That's our weapon. By the word of their testimony, by the blood of the Lamb. For they love not their lives even unto death. But here's what's setting up this whole scene. All of that's really just information. This is what you need to know. Verse 12. Therefore rejoice, O heavens, and you who dwell in them, that this is read. But woe to you, O earth and sea. That's us, in case you don't know. Those of us who are left, woe to us. Would it be easier, Kaylee? It's like, rejoice, heaven! But Kaylee, oh man, I got bad news for you. And the bad news in verse 12, the devil has come down to you in great wrath because he knows his time is short. He got kicked out of heaven, and he's here now, and he's mad because he lost. And what we've already read is what we'll see right now. He's mad, and he's coming after the woman and her children, which is us, God's people. Verse 13, when the dragon saw that he had been thrown down to the earth, he pursued the woman who had given birth to the male child. But the woman was given the 2 wings of the great eagle so that she might fly from the serpent into the wilderness. The wilderness is a place where it's not good fun to be in the wilderness. To the place where she is to be nourished for a time, times, and half a time, 3.5. The serpent poured water like a river out of his mouth after the woman to sweep her away with a flood. I want to talk about that. But the earth came to the help of the woman, and the earth opened its mouth and swallowed the river that the dragon had poured forth from his mouth. Then the dragon became furious with the woman and went off to make war on the rest of her offspring, on those who keep the commandments of God and hold to the testimony of Jesus. And he stood on the sand of the sea. Do you at least see the big picture? This is the behind-the-scenes picture. The story that we read is a story of Jesus being born, and he's crucified, buried, raised, and now he has people. But the behind-the-scenes is that there is a giant spiritual war happening between the devil and his angels, and he's fighting against Jesus, but Jesus cast him down, and he's cast down out of heaven, and he's mad that it happened, so he's going after Jesus' people, and the message is we're going to be engaged in a battle against this dragon. Cool, that's not very fun. Do you have any pictures about, any questions about the overall picture, the overall, are we good with that? Let's do Seth and then Jordan and then Charlotte.
This is my favorite chapter.
Oh.
Because in the book, because this extremely scary dragon who looks like he's winning loses 5 times. And I did one of 5 for all of them as I go through here. But he loses 5 times. And he's been a loser from the beginning. And there's a message to these 7 churches is it's going to feel like Satan's winning, but he's ultimately a loser. So stop losing to a loser through the power of Jesus.
Yeah.
Is really going to be the message. The underlying message of this chapter is he's powerful, he's scary, but he's a loser.
Yeah. Good. I like it. Jordan?
This is not a vision of something that is about to happen. It's kind of a looking back and catching him up to where they're at.
Yeah. Which isn't that makes me want to do a backflip. Because isn't it awesome? Everybody treats Revelation as something that still hasn't happened. We're just reading a story, a behind-the-scene picture of stuff that we already know. It's just, and you know what it is? It's an uncovering. We get to see behind the scenes, the spiritual side of stuff. Isn't that cool, though? It kind of takes the scary out of the book of Revelation to see it that way. I think we had Charlotte, and then I'll come over here to Rayleigh.
There's a passage in the gospel that talks about the struggles of the rulers and the principalities.
No, I think you're probably Ephesians 6, right, where you have this put on the armor of God because you're fighting these spiritual battles. Well, now we know the reason why we're fighting these spiritual battles is because the devil was cast out of heaven and he's mad and he's coming after Jesus' people. That's our battles that we're fighting. It's a window into stuff that is there. I see you here. Let's do Rayleigh and then Claire. I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I talk so low. So with the past chapters that we were going over, are those also still talking about past things? I know there was a lot of imagery from plagues and stuff.
No.
Or is that talk, or is it just using that imagery so they would understand what's about to come?
Yeah. No, I would say 4 through 11. 4 through 11 is basically the story of the victory of Jesus, which happened at his resurrection. Now, there's messages built into that story for us. Repent, repent, repent. But the ultimate message is Jesus is king. And that's happened. It's going to happen in a fuller way in the future. I'm ready for that day. But it's already happened. Jesus is on the throne. Yeah. Claire?
This might be a little bit of a stretch, and I'm gonna have to lay a little groundwork for it. But in verse 16, it talks about the earth coming to aid the woman, and it made me think of, how in Hebrew the word Adam means like dirt, and how mankind comes from like the dust of the earth, and then they return to it. So it kind of made me think that like verse 16 is some of these saints coming to help a woman. The dragon's getting mad about it and then goes to make war on the rest of her offspring.
I don't know, but I like it. I do. I like it. I like the thinking. I do want to point you to this real quick. In verse 15, so the woman is running for her life. The serpent poured water like a river out of his mouth after the woman. What is that? What comes out of the serpent's mouth? Lies and deceit and blasphemy. And that's what's happening. What we'll see, these are the tools that the devil ultimately uses, are the flood that comes out of his mouth to sweep the woman away. And we'll see this a couple of times, the lies and the deceit and the blasphemy, speaking blasphemy about God. Just plant that seed in your mind because you'll see it. I thought that I saw one more after Claire, but I don't remember. Are we ready to move on? Okay, let me make sure I didn't skip anything important.
Quick, I think the church in Smyrna in particular, with the letter that was written to them of, I was dead, I've come back to life, be faithful until they kill you, not going to have power over the second death. If I was reading this chapter as that church, and now he says this great red dragon fought against Jesus, he's fought against the angels, he's fought against God, and he's been warring against the woman, and now it's against her offspring, I would feel it's my turn. It's my turn to stand up and have courage and boldness and not quit.
Yeah. And it's an explanation for why things are the way they are. Yeah. That's unfortunate to say it's my turn. Okay, so that's good. I thought we would take an hour. It took 50 minutes. So we're all right. Chapter 13. There's vision 1, there's the dragon, Satan. Vision 2, there's the sea beast. I would like to read this section, so 13 verses 1 through 10, and I want you to not get frustrated. Let me just go ahead and tell you now. Don't get frustrated with this because I intend to move a little slow through this. And so if you're like, oh, I want conversation because I don't know exactly, I can't tell you, this is what the sea beast is. I think we're going to have to put a lot of our thoughts together in one place to understand it. So don't get frustrated with that. But somebody go ahead and read about the sea beast, and that's going to be chapter 13, verses 1 through 10.
To it, the dragon gave his power and his throne and great authority. One of its heads seemed to have a mortal wound, but its mortal wound was healed, and the whole earth marveled as they followed the beast. And they worshipped the dragon, for he had given his authority to the beast. And they worshipped the beast, saying, "Who is like the beast, and who can fight against him?" And the beast was given a mouth uttering haughty and blasphemous words, and it was allowed to exercise authority for 42 months. It opened its mouth to utter blasphemies against God, blaspheming his name and his dwelling, that is, those who dwell in heaven. Also was allowed to make war on the saints anyone has ears, let him hear. If anyone is to be taken captive, to captivity he goes. If anyone is to be slain with the sword must he be slain. Here is a call for endurance and faith of the saints.
Okay, thank you for reading that. There's a lot I want to talk about with this chapter, with this section. But now that I've already told you about the two Trinities, Father, Son, Holy Spirit, dragon, sea beast, land beast, did you see any of the parallels or comparisons in this sea beast with, if we compare it either to the Son or to the Holy Trinity? Did you see any of those?
He accepts worship.
Okay, so you see lots of worshiping God in the book of Revelation, but this sea beast comes along and he also accepts worship. What others do you see?
Power and authority.
Yeah. Yeah. And where did his power and authority come from? It was given to him by his father, the dragon. That sounds familiar. What else? Who said something?
They tried to kill him and he didn't die.
Oh, this is one thing that I think, I'm not trying to, listen, I want you to understand this in a completely sincere way. Of all the resources that I read about Revelation, preparing for Revelation, my immediate assumption is all of these people are way smarter than me and know way more than me. Always. That's my assumption. That's how I approach this thing. But one of the things that happens a lot in the commentaries is, like verse 3, one of its heads seemed to have a mortal wound, but its mortal wound was healed, and the whole earth marveled at, and followed the beast. And so there's all kinds of like, let's explain that. And the most popular explanation is if the bad guy in Revelation is the Roman Empire, then it would probably be Julius Caesar and what happened with that. Here comes Caesar. It looks like we're good. But Caesar was killed, and everybody said, oh no, what's going to happen to Rome? It looks like it has a mortal wound, but then it comes back and all of this. And lots of people try to start putting names and events on these things. And maybe that's true, and maybe that's right. But what if instead it's intended to be a picture, a contrast picture? On one hand, you have Jesus, who you will see Jesus a couple times. The 10 horns and the 7 heads matches the idea of Jesus with all of these different horns on his head and power. You've got this picture of Jesus receives his authority from the Father. He's worshipped by all nations and was dead but came back to life. And the same thing is true about this sea beast. You know, he's worshipped. He gets his power from his Father. He's worshipped by the nations. This chart that I'm going through right now is my sermon tomorrow morning. So if you're like, oh, I need to write it down, hang on, I'll give you a fuller version of it. But I'm not so sure. One of its heads seemed to have a mortal wound, but its mortal wound was healed. It looked like it was dead, but it came back to life. I'm not sure that we're supposed to start attaching historical events to that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that it's wrong to do that. And I would assume that I'm wrong when I compare my stuff to other people. I just think maybe that's not the point.
I think it's interesting that where the sea beast would be speaking from is this imagery of a lion, which is what all the people are expecting to come and save them with. And they see the lion's mouth, they're hearing its roar or the things that it's saying, and they think, oh, this is it. This is what we're here to worship. And they might kind of be turning a blind eye to all these other parts. They're like, well, it sounds like a lion, so it must be. So it must be our Savior.
Yeah. Donovan?
To add to that, it seems like what this is describing, if we're saying the sea beast is like a comparison to Christ, it's like a perversion.
Everything. The
So it's like it's like an incomplete or
let's call it an unholy version. Yeah.
holy version.
Yeah. Okay, so I got some stuff for you to write. Verse 2. What does this sound like to you? First of all, the beast came out of the sea, but verse 2. The beast that I saw was like a leopard, its feet were like a bear's, its mouth like a lion's mouth, and to it the dragon gave its power and its throne and great authority. What does that sound like or remind you of? What? Daniel chapter 7. So, you can do what you want on this one. My teal pen right at the top of 13, I just wrote Daniel 7, like all of Daniel 7. You may choose to say, no, there's probably a more specific verse that we need to refer to, but Daniel 7 is such an important chapter in the entire Bible. So Daniel chapter 7 and verse 3, 4 great beasts came up out of the sea. In verse 4, the first was like a lion. In verse 5, the second one was like a bear. In verse 6, the next one was like a leopard. And then verse 7, the one after that was a terrifying, dreadful, exceedingly strong beast. Let's call it a dragon. So the question that I have on Daniel 7 is, this is important it's the same way that Zechariah helped us to understand the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. What are these 4 beasts in Daniel 7? Great kingdoms of man, Babylon, the Medes and the Persians, the Greeks, and the Romans. Great empires, kingdoms of man. So, if we're going to try to identify this sea beast, 13:1, I saw a beast rising out of the sea. That's almost exactly a quote from Daniel 7. With 10 horns and 7 heads, 10 diadems on its horns. It's royalty and powerful. Blasphemous names on its head. The beast that I saw was like a leopard. Its feet were like a bear's. Its mouth was like a lion's. There's a dragon that's mentioned here. All of these pictures are drawing our attention back to Daniel 7. And in Daniel 7, all of these different animals and pictures represent the kingdoms of man that are ultimately destroyed when King Jesus comes and destroys them and sets up his kingdom, or God sets up his kingdom. So all of that is to ask this question. Who is the sea beast who works for the dragon? How are we going to identify this sea beast?
Question. Are we saying that this is happening chronologically after the events of chapter 12? Because if it happened after, I would say it's just one of the civilizations, because it can't be the one.
No, I don't think that I wouldn't say that this is a chronological telling. I think this is an identification of the unholy Trinity, like who they are. Rather than first this happened and then this happened and then this happened. It's like, let me introduce to you the major players in this nightmare story. Yeah, that's what, it's true. He's called a dragon. Like, that's really a nightmare. Yeah.
I like to look back at Psalm 2 and say this is the kingdoms of men who are oppressing God's people, waging war against the Lord and against his anointed one. So I would just say men who are in charge of the earth, so whoever is in charge at the time
Yeah.
can fall into the category of the land beast, specifically ones who use their power to persecute the righteous.
Remember all those words that you just said. I got something for you. Yeah.
So you said this before, the unholy trinity. Which are these three, and how do they line up with the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost?
I'm not sure that I would want to make that case, but yeah.
But, okay, so not lining those up, but who are the three in the unfold?
The dragon, the sea beast, and the land beast. We haven't met the land beast yet. Yep, there's another beast, and he also is bad. So I'm going to tell you what I wrote in my Bible on this, and you tell me. Well, let's talk about this, because lots of people want a name for this beast. Who is the beast? I'm looking more at it like this. I think this beast that's rising up out of the sea is more like a principle or a concept. And so, Seth, what you said is almost identical to what I wrote as the heading for 13. I wrote the kingdoms of man, specifically the kingdoms of man who persecute God's people. So think about the kingdoms of man who persecute God's people. And before I start explaining that just a little bit more, I want to give you something that I highlighted. I think, if you want to get your yellow highlighter out, I think the main point of this entire section, here's this sea beast. What's the main point of the sea beast? I think it's in verse 7. It was allowed to make war on the saints and conquer them. That's what the sea beast, that's why we need to know about the sea beast, is because he works with the power and the authority of the dragon, and he's allowed to make war on the saints and conquer them. And so the kingdoms of man is a concept that I think is drawn from Daniel chapter 7, and specifically the kingdoms of man that persecute God's people. And so all of that fits into the flow of the book, because the Roman Empire, in this case, to the original audience, the Roman Empire is the bad guy. That quote that I read earlier, you will worship the emperor or else. And what Jesus is telling us in this vision is that thing that's happening to you right now, that's one of the bad guys working for the devil. In fact, the whole idea of you need to worship him is the worship is involved in all of this. And so in verses 9 and 10, you almost have a little, just a parenthetical section here. If anyone has an ear, let him hear. If anyone is to be taken captive, if the government gets you, to captivity he goes. If anyone is to be slain with the sword, it's the government who bears the sword. With the sword he must be slain. And then you have the main thing. This is one of the main messages of the book of Revelation. Here is a call for the endurance and faith of the saints. And the thing is, Jesus is king, not Caesar. Caesar doesn't like it. He's coming after you. And this is what I want you to know. Your job is to endure and maintain faith. Does that make sense, what I'm saying? I feel a little bit more rambly at this point, but does that make sense? It's a little less certain, but I think that everything that we said flows from the Bible and from the text. But I would be willing to hear your thoughts. Any 2 cents or thoughts on any of that? Who's yelling?
It makes sense that to them it was the Romans, but to someone in Nazi Germany that was unwilling to hand over Jews, they were going to be willing to be taken captive and be slain. To us, who is it to us? Like, it's just the timelessness of the Bible and the message to us.
That's right. To Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, you need to worship and bow down. No. To Daniel, you're not allowed to pray. No. And to these people, you need to worship Caesar. No. The timelessness is the dragon works through the kingdoms of man to persecute God's people, and our job is to say, no, you are not my king. Jesus is my king. and I only serve him. Zero compromise. Remember why that church at Pergamum is so important now? Don't compromise. There's going to be Balaam in your churches, and Balaam's going to say, hey guys, let's just go along to get along. And there's going to be Jezebel in your churches, and she's going to say, maybe we should do this. No. We only serve one king. I think that's our message. Are we good? Andrew, do you have one?
Well, now I was just thinking, since you mentioned that, was Jezebel kind of like a tease right there in the middle of the churches, leading us to eventually we're going to meet like the great harlot, the great sexual deceiver of like kind of the people of God? So is that kind of like a, or is that overlinking the images of the book?
I only heard like 3 words that you said.
So like,
I'm sorry that I waited till the end of your sentence before I told you that.
was the Jezebel that we met in the letters kind of teasing Babylon the harlot, or is that overlinking the images?
No. Yes. So remember what we said in those first letters was the letters are the boots on the ground. That's what this looks like. The 4 through 22 is the behind the scenes. And so the Balaam and the Jezebel in the churches, that's going on every single day in our churches. And what we're doing here is we're seeing a little window into it. Wait a second, that guy works for the dragon, and he's mad, and he's trying to get us. I think they're the same story, just told from different angles. Do you have something, Tyler? Okay. Let's
One more.
move to...
Satan only has 3 tools, and one of them is this first beast, and he tries to get Christians to quit through persecution. And that's one of his 3 tools, and we'll see the second tool in the second part of this chapter.
Yeah, good. Persecution is coming after us. How about if I want to give you this one. I want to. See in verse 10 where it says, here's a call for the endurance of the saints. I have the word endurance in blue. And my hub for endurance, I'm going to go all the way back to chapter 1 and verse 9. Let me give you this because I feel like it would be preacher malpractice for me to skip this since it's one of the main messages. The message of endurance. Let me get my list here. So this note, here's how I do my hubs. This note is written next to 1:9. I, John, your brother and partner in the tribulation and the kingdom and patient endurance that are in Jesus. So John says, I'm with you in this patient endurance thing that we're talking about right now. And so you find the endurance in Revelation in all these passages. And then in all these passages, I say, C19. C19. 1:9 is my hub.
Revelation 1:9?
Yeah. Chapter 2 and verse 2, 3, 19, 3:10. These are to the 7 churches. Endure. Hang in there. And then 13:10, which is one that we just looked at. And 14:12, which is one that we're going to see in just a minute. So the main message is not the government's coming after you with the power of the dragon. The main message is your job is to endure and hang in there. No compromise. Get the snake out.
Don't pick up guns.
Endure. Yeah, endure. I'll let you finish writing those and then we'll move forward. I always want to talk about this. I don't know if it's a good idea or not, but I want to talk about it. Do you have any application? The kingdoms of man, specifically that persecute God's people, as an agent or tool of the dragon. Any applications or thoughts that come to mind?
Well, I think you could argue that this is talking about more than just like organized governments, if that makes any sense, persecuting you. I think maybe if we look, it's something that's like demanding your worship in your life, if that makes any sense. Which often, in like the case of these people here, it was, the actual Roman government enforcing worship of Caesar, but it may be something like social pressure on you to conform to some sort of sinful behavior, if that makes any sense.
It makes a lot of sense. That's one thing that all of us, in this situation, it might not be so hard to see, but something makes me think that it's a little more difficult than what I imagine. Because the devil is rarely so blatantly obvious as to say, you bow down and worship me and not Jesus. There's almost always a sneaky justification for why that ought to be. He's a deceiver. There's deception involved in all of this. And so social pressure is involved. Hey, look what everybody else is doing. What's wrong with you? I just think that we probably could learn a lot from how the devil works and what his tools are from reading through some of these chapters. Chapter 13, vision number 3. Let's read this last one. So this is, oh boy, things are about to get real exciting. Verses 11 through the end of chapter 13. Read that for us, please.
Then I saw another beast rising out of the earth. It had 2 horns like a lamb and spoke like a dragon. It exercises all the authority of the first beast and its presence and makes the earth and its inhabitants worship the first beast, whose mortal wound was healed. It performs great signs, even making fire come down from heaven to earth in front of people. By the signs that it is allowed to work in the presence of the beast, it deceives those who dwell on earth, telling them to make an image to the beast that was wounded by the sword and yet lived. And it was allowed to give breath to the image of the beast, so that the image of the beast might even speak and might cause those who would not worship the image of the beast to be slain. Also it causes all, both small and great, both rich and poor, both free and slave, to be marked on the right hand or the forehead, so that no one can buy or sell unless he has the mark, that is, the name of the beast and the number of its name. This calls for wisdom. Let the one who has understanding calculate the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666.
Okay. So, one of the things that we're going to ask the question, who is this land beast? How is the land beast different from the sea beast? But one of the things that we see are these familiar words. This is the context where you are going to start to see this. Whoever / whatever this land beast is, in the way that God marks his people with, you're one of mine, you have a mark on your forehead. The land beast also marks his people. And where is that? I'm on the wrong page. You got to, if you want to buy or sell, if you want to function in society, like if you want to be able to have groceries for your family, you have to be marked out by the beast. And the mark, he says, let's have wisdom. It's the number of a man, and his number is 666. So let's just open it up first. Who's the land beast? Or what clues do you see that might point you towards who the land beast is?
Somebody who justifies the worship of the emperor, false teacher.
Tools that Satan has: persecution, false teaching. I want to talk about that.
Well, I had something along that line. False religion, disguise. I mean, I see that it had two horns like a lamb, which makes me think of the lamb that is the lamb that had a capital letter L, lamb.
Yeah.
This has a little letter L, or a goat.
Yeah.
So, I mean, perversions of true religion, maybe.
Yeah. Oh, good. Especially if we're comparing the Holy Trinity with the unholy and the perverted version of it. So perverted religion. I like that a lot. Jordan?
It says that it's a man, and it seems like it has to be more specific than the first beast and more centralized and very, maybe not even specific person, but it has to be one thing.
Yeah. I have, that word is blue in my Bible. In verse 18, it says, "This calls for wisdom. Let the one who has understanding calculate the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man." That word is blue, and then with a blue pen, that word can be humanity, as in mankind. And that's the way I understand this. The number is the number of humanity. I wrote with my blue pen under it, this is the number of humanity. So what's going to happen is you're going to open up your commentary, and it's going to talk about how Hebrew numbers equal letters. And when you put all of them together, the letters add up to a name. And 666 adds up to the name Nero. And so Nero, this emperor who persecuted Christians and demanded that they worship as a part of this emperor cult, Nero is the man, and his number is 666. Maybe. I'm not going to be the guy who says, no, that's not right, but maybe, but that's not what I think.
So I kind of was looking at that too, because I've been cheating and looking down at all those numbers, on my phone when you're not looking. And like you said, all the numbers are joint with the different letters, and that goes to the Hebrew letter Vav, which means joint in certain contexts. And then there's the three of them, which is complete. So I thought it might be like a complete joining of man to this beast, rather than joining himself with the Holy Trinity.
That's pretty in-depth. That's pretty. One of the fun things is, somebody should type this into ChatGPT. How would you word? This is why I can't use ChatGPT. My prompts are terrible. But the prompt would be something like this. Throughout history, how many different names have been spelled with 666? And it's like the Pope and Hitler and Stalin and like every bad guy in history, there's some way to make his name out of 666. It's just, you can do anything you want. It's kind of like statistics. You can do anything you want. Yeah, let's do you and then Cindy.
I don't know. I see it a lot similar to the first beast, where it represents a person that could be anybody. But if this person is trying to look like God, whose number would be 7, this guy is less than that. Again, an unholy imitation of the real thing, so he would be incomplete. And he's not just incomplete, the number 6, but he's incomplete.
Exactly what I was gonna say.
Oh, good. Well, both of you, listen, this is my opinion. I sent you this in an email. If you only have time or resources or interest enough for one commentary on Revelation, G.K. Bill is your guy. It's only my opinion. I think you love G.K. Bill, don't you? He's good. Revelation, he is good. And this, I have a quote from Beale in next to 666. I just wrote, Beale, quote, this is what Beale says about 666. It is the completeness of sinful incompleteness. Isn't that a cool, I love it so much that I wanted that quote in my Bible. So the number, what is this land beast? First of all, land compared to the sea. Land gives you the sense of people, humanity. in verse 18, there's my blue. This number that you have to have is the number of humanity. Not a man, it's the number of humanity, which is not God. And the number is 666, which represents the completeness of sinful incompleteness. So we've used words like perversion, unholy, not God, incomplete. Everything is represented in that. I only have one thing highlighted here, and then we'll make a couple comments, and then I'll take a break. What?
Can you spell Beal?
B-E-A-L-E. I've got a couple notes and highlights for you here, and then we'll take a break. It'll get easier after this. These conversations of who are the beasts I think they're fun, but they're a little nebulous. So I wanted to do this in verse 12. I want to see yellow, the main point. I think the main point that I need to know about this land beast, it exercises all the authority of the first beast in its presence, and this is what's yellow. It makes the earth and its inhabitants worship the first beast. So whatever we're going to say about this land beast, he is somehow an agent that points us to worship the sea beast. And the sea beast would be the empire, the kingdoms of man, especially who persecute God. I want to point you to something real quick, and then I want to come back to Bill's comment and Seth's comment about Satan's tools and false teaching. This land beast, I made this comment right up in the top. Just who is the second beast? Who is the land beast? Throughout Revelation, he's also called the false prophet. Quote, false prophet. And I'll give you some data for that. In chapter 16 and verse 13, I saw coming out of the mouth of the dragon, out of the mouth of the beast, and out of the mouth of the false prophet. So you've got the dragon, the beast, the land beast, false prophet. Chapter 19 and verse 20, same thing. That was 16:13. And what I'm doing here is showing that the land beast is also called the false prophet.
Are we highlighting that?
Huh?
Are we highlighting that?
No, it's just a reference here so that I can remember that the land beast is a false prophet. Chapter 19 and verse 20 also. 19 and verse 20 says, the beast was captured, and with it the false prophet. And then in chapter 20 and verse 10, the devil who had deceived them was thrown into the lake of fire and sulfur where the beast and the false prophet were. So you got the dragon and two beasts, but the second beast is often referred to as a false prophet. So, Bill, remember when I said I want to come back and talk about that thing? False prophet, false teachers. Do you know what is troubling to me about this one? When I think of the dragon, Satan. When I think of the sea beast, the kingdoms of man, empire, who persecute God's people. The land beast, let's say you think about Nero, the emperor of Rome, who causes you to worship the first beast. I don't think so. I think the land beast is in this building. I think that's the main point. Not actually in this building right now, I hope. But the false prophet, the false teacher, the one who causes us to worship. Think about that real quick. We're talking about these beasts, and it's like, oh man, that's not fun at all. But what if the second beast, the false prophet, is like among you? The one who says, let's compromise. The one who says it's okay to worship the empire. All of a sudden it's like, oh, like, that to me is almost more scary than the dragon. Because the dragon is like, I don't like that guy. But to think maybe you are, sorry, I know you're not, you're a good dude. But it's like somebody in here, like there's a Jezebel and there's a Balaam. That's, better pay attention. That's the point. Better pay attention.
That's why it's so important as Christians to like read in the Word and know specifically what God is telling us, because like we're still held accountable even if we're led astray. Like we're still held accountable for believing what God says. That's why we need to know the truth about it.
Yeah. Yeah. Because we better, it's a perversion. It looks like the real thing. And what if we don't have eyes to see that it's not the real thing?
Could that be why he calls for wisdom in 18?
With what?
In verse 18, he says, "This calls for wisdom. Let no one have understanding. Calculate the number." Like, you have to have wisdom and understanding to find it. Would that be why he's so specific with this one? Because these are people that they would know.
I don't know. Calculate the number of humanity is, this is the way of the world. This is not the way of God. This is down here, humanity, incompleteness and perversion, not that. Okay, so we got our main players. We've got our, that looked like a furrowed brow. Go ahead, Megan, for real.
Well, I don't know if I want to say it. I might make people mad. I mean, you know, going back to the last piece when and Deborah's point about how, you know, in their time, it could have been the Roman Empire, it was the Roman Empire. With the second beast in their time, when it was Nero, in our time, it's whoever. And then you're talking about accountability. It's not coming out the way it is in my head.
That's what this is good for.
When you were talking about, or last night, I think you said there are a lot of things early this morning, what time, I don't know. But you said, you see people post things, Christians post things on Facebook, and they're kind of confused about who our king is. Political things, and make political statements. There will be accountability for that. I'm gonna stop, 'cause
Yeah. What if we just say this generally?
it's not coming out the way I can't, never mind. Never mind. Maybe I'll put it together in the next few hours and have a conversation about it, but
Our question, this is the question that everybody here's got to ask. And you can say whatever you want to say, but we'll know you by your fruit. Who do you serve? Who's your king? That's what Revelation is all about. Who do you serve and who's your king? And Jesus is the only right answer to that question.
Yeah, it's just that the same fate of the beast in Daniel, the same fate meets the beast in Revelation is all kingdoms burn but one. So
Yeah.
be part of the right, and be in the right kingdom, in the right register.
Yeah, that might be, that Daniel thing too, might be a reference to the, looked like he was dead but came back to life. There's just one kingdom after the next all throughout history. Oh, good, this one's finally over, only to be replaced by another. Let's, one more thing, and then we'll go ahead and break here.
When I sit in Bible studies with people from a lot of different religions, I'll be the only guy who doesn't believe in salvation by faith only, that baptism is essential for salvation, those types of things. And I'm looked at like I'm the outsider, I'm the weirdo, where if I were saved, I would make up a doctrine of once saved, always saved, where you don't have to, just don't even think about it, don't read your Bible, you've already got it done, and just how Satan in 2 Corinthians 11 is called, he can himself appear as an angel of light, and then 2 Timothy 3, you also have this people who have a form of godliness, they look like they're godly, but they deny their power, and really they're all of these other terrible things. There are a lot of people worship a thing that looks like Jesus and kind of talks like Jesus, but isn't the Jesus of the Bible.
Yeah.
They'll call it Jesus, but it will be a completely different God than what's in the Bible.
Yeah. A gross perversion and imitation of the truth. So it's 2:30 right now. Let's shoot to be back at a quarter till or 10 till. This is one of our breaks, especially, hey, we are moving into the tired hour. And so we'll give you 15 or 20 minutes if you want to run and grab a cup of coffee at one of the close coffee places, but, go and come back. This is not a long break, but I want to give you some time. And then we'll start 14. 12 and 13 is going to be the most difficult thing that we do today. I think the hardest is behind us in terms of, especially in terms of highlighting. Like there's a few, I'm all about the highlighting and I want to mark, and that's why we're here. 12 and 13 are the hardest. So we may have some more questions, difficult questions when we get to the 7 bowls of wrath. It's the same thing. Like here's a bowl of wrath and this is what happens. And it's like, what's that referring to? I don't know. But I think that's the only other really difficult thing that we have. I think the worst is behind us. So we're ready to roll now. I should probably see where I am on my schedule. What time is it? 3 o'clock? We'll shoot for dinner at 5. I'll try and stay on that schedule. All right. 4th vision, chapter 14. We are just going to keep on moving. Oh, you know what? I should start the way that I always start. Any questions or comments? Is everybody? That was the most aggressive hand raising I've ever seen.
This was bothering me. There were 6, so I looked up the word. There's actually another endurance word, 1 verse 9. So there's 7 on the endurance word.
There is another one? Where is it?
In chapter 1 verse 9.
1:9?
1:9.
Oh yeah, because that's where I put the note. Ooh, 7. I like my 7. Very good.
What was that?
He said, is that what you were asking? What did he say? If the note here is next to 1:9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And at this point in our study of Revelation, you're like, that's not an accident. Okie dokie. You know, I'm curious. I would like feedback. You don't have to say it out loud, especially if it's negative. But I have never done this before, and we talked about it a lot. Becky and I and some of you mentioned this, and they're like, "How's it going to go?" And my genuine answer was, "I have no idea." Now I understand there's still a lot of time left, but I thought I've never spoken this long in one go, like to stand and talk, and I'm having a blast. I'm glad that you're here. Like, this is awesome for me, and I hope that you're enjoying it. But in case you were wondering what I was thinking, I like it. I tell everybody, I'll preach to the pigeons in the backyard if they'll listen. I'll just keep going as long as I can. I'll work on that. Wait until after, like, the 3 o'clock slump. Okay. Chapter 14, we've done visions 1, 2, and 3, and I really do feel good about, I feel good about having 12 and 13 behind us. Those are the hardest for me. I just don't love the uncertainty, and there's a whole lot of who is that and what is going on, and maybe at some point in the future I'll get some more clarity on it, but I give you what I have. The 4th vision, would somebody please read chapter 14, verses 1 through 5? Hey, hold on. Who's going to read for us? Let's get that first. Jeannie, start please in 13:16 and read down, because this is one of those times in your Bible where the chapter break is a hindrance to us. And you'll see it as we go through this one. You'll see it because it's like, this is what you're going to see. And here is the mark of the land beast, and this is the number of his name. But then we're going to immediately start talking about, but what about those who are marked with God's mark? And so it's, I'm tempted sometimes. I don't think that I'll do it here. But sometimes I'll just take my white out and white that chapter break right out, because it's a psychological thing. This conversation is over, new chapter, next conversation, not this time. So please read it all together.
Also it causes all, both small and great, both rich and poor, both free and slave, to be marked on the right hand or the forehead, so that no one can buy or sell unless he has the mark, that is, the name of the beast or the number of its name. This calls for wisdom. Let the one who has understanding calculate the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666. Then I looked, and behold, on Mount Zion stood the Lamb, and with him 144,000 who had his name and his father's name written on their foreheads. And I heard a voice from heaven like the roar of many waters and like the sound of loud thunder. The voice I heard was like the sound of harpists playing on their harps, and they were singing a new song before the throne, and before the four living creatures, and before the elders. No one could learn the song except the 144,000 who had been redeemed from the earth. It is these who have not defiled themselves with women, for they are virgins. It is these who follow the Lamb wherever he goes. These have been redeemed from mankind as first fruits for God and the Lamb. And in their mouth no lie was found, for they are blameless.
Okay. Did you see it? Did you see the contrast there? And I don't know what you need to do in your Bible. I might seriously consider whiteout. I haven't done it. I'm not telling you that, but I might consider it. But maybe, I don't know, maybe an arrow. But Jeannie did a really good job, I think. It talked about verse 16, to be marked on the right hand or the forehead, and this is his name. And then she did in verse 1, she said, there's the Lamb with the 144,000 who had his name and his father's name written on their foreheads. And so there's this contrast. You are either marked with the beast and on this side of the chart, or you're one of the 144,000, which we already talked about that and what that number is doing, marked, is it the Lamb or the Father or both? Okay, who had his name and his father's name, marked with the Lamb and the Father. You're marked with one or the other. I don't really see that there's a whole lot of what explanation needed in this section, but what I did in my Bible, so this is orange, we already did this. The Lamb and with him the 144,000. I would do this, first of all. Make your cross reference if you don't have it. Next to 144,000, just remind yourself to go back to chapter 7 and verses 3 and 4. This is not the first time that we've seen the 144,000. You just need to remember. And then once you go back to chapter 7 and verses 3 and 4, you might say, oh yeah, in 14 and verse 1, I also see these things. Because right now it's fresh. We talked about it a couple hours ago. In 5 years, are you going to remember that there's two of them, in two different places? And that's why I write in my Bible. I'll give you time to make those cross references. They're important. The only other note that I have on this section is yellow. So it looks like this in my Bible. I've got verse 4, and then I've got verse 5. And I don't want to highlight all of these things. So I just took like a yellow highlighter mark and I just went like this. Because verses 4 and 5 are a description of who these 144,000 are in heaven with the Lamb. It's like, oh, here's their identification. It is these who have not defiled themselves with women. That's this same sexual immorality language about religious impurity. Who have not defiled themselves with women. They are virgins, not prostitutes, like the prostitute we're about to talk about. It is these who follow the Lamb wherever he goes. You know, every once in a while I see a line like that. Wouldn't it be cool? I'll pick on you this time. I don't know if I'm just super morbid and gross, and I don't get to decide what I write on a tombstone anyway. You know, hey, when I die, would you write this for me? It's like, no, you don't. It's like your nickname. You don't get to pick that yourself. Somebody else has to pick it for you. But wouldn't it be cool after you die? Megan lived this life. She followed the Lamb wherever he went. I love that sentence. That would be a cool designation if someone was like, Snoopy followed the Lamb wherever he went. I like it. It is these who follow the Lamb wherever he goes. These have been redeemed from mankind as firstfruits for God and the Lamb. That talks about they've already been killed. They're in heaven with God. And in their mouth no lie was found, for they are blameless. The no lie that was found in this book, in this context, I don't know exactly what these words would be, but the specific lie that we're talking about in this book is, I'll worship Caesar. Caesar's God. Hail, praise be to Caesar. I burn a stick of incense to Caesar, whatever it is. They never bowed the knee. It's Jesus and only Jesus, and they never worshiped outside of that. In their mouth, no lie was found. They're blameless. So I looked, vision number 4, there is the Lamb, and with him the 144,000, and this is who the 144,000 are, God's faithful people. Anything you want to say about that one? Yep. Did you have one first?
It gives us the definition of the 144,000 here. Going back to the first one, is there a reason that we don't think that this 144,000 is just talking about the true people of God, Jews?
The first 12,000, like the 12,000. So this would be your, it would be chapter 7 and verse 4. I heard the number of the seal, the 144,000, and this, sealed from every tribe of the sons of Israel. So Jewish people of the 12 tribes of Israel. I know this. I know that I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth when I say this, but I think in that example, in chapter 7, the point is, you think that it's going to be the tribes of Israel, but it's really going to be all humanity who come to Christ. But when we come to chapter 14, it's the 144,000 are all of God's people. It's a symbol for all of God's people. And you would say, make your case. And I would be like, well, maybe, I know that I probably can't make that case solidly. It's just how I understand this. Yeah. If I was going to try and write a school paper for it, maybe I could make a better case than I am now, but it would take some effort. Yeah, Andrew?
I guess the way you can see it, like the people of God, is 144,000 is 12 times 12 times 10 times 10 times 10.
Oh, there's some more of that Common Core math. You weren't here for that conversation.
But like the 3, the Trinity, and then the 12 is the people of God. And so I don't know. If y'all already talking about this, forget it.
Yeah. When we went through there, I said it before I looked, but 12,000, 12,000, 12,000. So it's like 12, Israel, 1,000. That's about as big and complete as you can get. I know there's more than that, but it's like a nice round big number. All of God's people, let's say that. So I did this, the heading there above chapter 14 and verse 1. Whatever you do to know that this is a continuation, I wrote these words. This is my own little heading as a black pen. I wrote, this is God's people compared to, that's CF, compared to the dragon and the beast people. So I just want to know, there's those who are marked by the beast with the beast number, and there's those who are marked with Jesus and the Father with his name on their forehead, and this is who they are, those who have not defiled themselves. Anyway, it's a pretty easy section, I think, compared to others that we've been looking at.
Ryan,
Yep.
state your title.
I said God's people, and then CF, which is compared to the dragon/beast people. Yeah. So, vision number 4, good to know, the 144,000 who are in heaven with God. What about us who are left? I mean, I'm glad for them, the faithful dead, the saints who are with the Father. Well, that's vision number 5. So, my little heading, I actually did this because I felt very strongly about this one. I can't see it anymore. In the ESV, what does the heading say above verse 6?
Messages of 3 angels.
Yeah.
Messages of 3 angels.
Yeah, I whited that out. I can't even see it anymore. My new message, this is my new heading above that, and it's contrast. So those who have been marked with God, they're in heaven with God. But the heading for this next section is the practical message for those of us who are left. So,
That's the beginning of number 6, the heading for verse 6.
verse 6, yeah. This is the 5th vision, yeah, right above verse 6, the practical message for those who are left.
My Bible says vision of the angel with the gospel.
Yeah. I mean, you could keep it if you want, but I think there's a better title.
What is it, the practical message?
What?
The practical message.
If you wanted to do this would be even better. 4 practical messages for those who are left. Jeannie, what do you got?
I missed in the 4th vision, 4th part of that, what was the main idea?
Verses 4 and 5. 14 verses 4 and 5.
I put that orange, it should be
Yeah.
yellow. Okay.
Yeah, this is why I love these Bibles, because you make the correction, and then when I move it into this, I fix all those things.
The 4 practical messages.
Yeah, 4 practical messages for those who are left. So this is for us. And I did this. I'll just show you this right now so you can see. It's easier for me to draw it than try and explain it. Don't actually stick with these. I'll tell you what the numbers are, but this is just for illustration. I think the first verse is 6 and the second verse is 7. So I've done this. 1, 8, 2. I have 4 things. Good. I'm glad that the faithful are in heaven. But those of us who are left, I got 4 things to say to you.
Would these be purple then?
Number what?
Would these be purple if they're set points?
You know, that's not what I did, but that makes a lot of sense. I did yellow on my points as like the main point. But I could make a case for purple. A really good case for purple. I'm sitting here like, yeah, happens all the time. All the time. Okay, number 1, verses 6 and 7. Verses 6 and 7 is number 1. I'm going to read verses 6 and 7, and then I want you to tell me what is the practical message that you're going to highlight to those of us who are left. What's the message? Verse 6. Then I saw another angel flying directly overhead with an eternal gospel to proclaim to those who dwell on the earth, to every nation and tribe and language and people. So this is what I see, this eternal gospel proclaiming, here's what I want you to know, to everybody on earth. Verse 7, he said with a loud voice, fear God and give him glory, because the hour of his judgment has come, and worship him who made heaven and earth, the sea, and the springs of water. What are you highlighting there?
Fear God and give him glory.
That's what I highlighted too. Fear God and give him glory is what's highlighted in mine. And it's not the whole thing, but it's a nice like. And then you know what I did on this? Especially in the book of Revelation. This may not make sense to a lot of people. It will make sense to you all because of what we've been doing. But what I did was I underlined these words. Just a little underline, just so I can make sure to put my emphasis on the right spot. Fear God and give him glory, because the hour of his judgment has come, and worship him. And that emphasis is implied for all of us, not anybody or anything else. This is the message for those of us who are left. Fear God and give him glory. No other entities, people or things. Message number one. It's not, you know what's cool about this? What is God's message for those who are left on the earth? It's not hard. It's not like, it doesn't take a ton of explanation. It's just fear God and give him glory. That's what I want you to know.
Light bulbs go flashing off everywhere.
Uh-oh. Is there something flashing? Are you having a seizure?
Romans
Oh.
1:21, how everybody falls away, is for although they knew God, they did not glorify him as God or give thanks.
Yeah.
So what you got to do to hold on is to glorify God, show gratitude, or fear God and give him glory.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that's cool.
Yes, that's the first step to falling away. Fear him and give him glory and worship him. That's number one. Yes, who's yelling?
Connect that back to losing your first love. That your first love was God and glorifying him, and that's why you did all these things.
Yeah.
Now you've lost that love to glorify God.
Yes. Isn't that, look, there's the goosebumps again. That's the, like you just took that message and you made it real for the church in Ephesus. This, and with all of this background that we have right now, it's like, Ephesus, you guys are doing all of this stuff. Fear God and give him glory and worship him. First, with your heart, all your heart. Yeah. Good, Deborah. I love that. Verse 8 is number 2. I'm going to read it, and I would like for you to tell me what to highlight. Another angel, a second, followed, saying, Fallen, fallen is Babylon the Great, she who made all the nations drink the wine of the passion of her sexual immorality. That's what I highlighted. I highlighted, fallen, fallen is Babylon the Great. But what's the point? Yeah, Andrew?
Well, it's kind of giving in Genesis 3, like the serpent, he's still out there, but it was like, your head's going to be crushed. It's like announcing the defeat of the enemy. It hasn't happened yet, but it's like you hear the echo of, like, it's almost like as sure as it's already happened, that God's going to conquer them, they're going to fall.
Yeah.
It's like, it's over.
Yeah. And put that in this book especially. You're either going to worship God or you're going to worship this Caesar and his empire and all of this stuff. Number one, message, worship God. Number two, don't worship Babylon. They're dead. Like, if you're going to choose this, just understand Babylon is fallen. And in my Bible, I'm going to turn the page. Oh, I guess I got to turn the page 2 times. The heading over chapter 18 is the fall of Babylon. It hasn't happened yet, but we turned the page twice, and we're going to read a big, long section about her fall. So, affirmative, do this. Negative, don't do this. That's the message to those of us who are left. Claire?
I learned this, and I don't know if it's true or not because it might have come from the internet. But
It's probably true then.
At some, yeah, probably. If you, at least in Hebrew and Greek, if you have a word and then you repeat that word again, it's like a double emphasis on that word. So it's like not only fallen as Babylon, but it's like it's destroyed.
Yeah.
It's not coming back at all.
Yeah. So there's verily, but then there is verily, verily, I say to you. Yeah, fallen is bad. I'm really glad that you gave me that because my family gives me a hard time about, I like to use 2 words together to make a point. So it's like there's something that's dead, but then there's something that's dead. And it's biblical now. You just gave me. Number 3 is verses 9, 10, and 11. All three of those verses are point number 3. And same thing, I'm going to read them, and you tell me what is the message to those of us who are left in this section. What are we highlighted? Another angel, a third, followed him, saying with a loud voice, "If anyone worships the beast and its image and receives a mark on his forehead or his hand, he also will drink the wine of God's wrath, poured full strength into the cup of his anger, and he will be tormented with fire and sulfur in the presence of the holy angels and in the presence of the Lamb, and the smoke of their torment goes up forever and ever, and they have no rest day or night, these worshipers of the beast and its image, and whoever receives the mark of its name." That's kind of a long sentence. But what are you highlighting to see that point?
Anyone worships the beast.
Who's talking?
If anyone worships the beast.
That is exactly what I have too. And it's like, so it's just a starter, right? To be able to see when you're preaching or teaching your class. And it's like, number 1, fear God, give him glory. Number 2, Babylon is dead. Number 3, you better not even think about worshiping the beast or getting his number on your hand.
But consequences of compromise?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, because this is not don't iron your shirt while it's on. This is what's going to happen if you do. And so it's that. I do want to show you something. I'm about to tell you something that I'm a little bit ashamed of that I've done in my Bible. But I can't think of another way to do this. It's perfect for that. Yes, like this, you can write on that however you want. But I can't think of how else to remember this, and so please don't think less of me when I tell you what I've done. In verse 8, it says, "Fallen, fallen is Babylon the Great, she who made all the nations drink the wine of the passion of her sexual immorality." And then in verse 10, it says, "He also will drink the wine of God's wrath." And so I just made a little pencil underline and drew a line like right across my text to connect those things, because I always want to remember the point. If you drink Babylon's wine, you're going to drink the wine of God's wrath. It's a neat verbal thing, that's, I don't want to forget that. I want to make sure that I see that in my Bible. But it hurts me to draw that line across the text like that. No, I just drew a line. I just drink the wine of the passion of her sexual immorality, then you're going to drink the wine of God's wrath. What did you say, Terry? Okay. Yeah, Jeannie did it in the margin. Instead of being a heathen like me, she went like normal people, but...
I draw lines straight across.
Yeah, I do.
This is tax and forth.
I got another one for you that I'm going to do that about in a second. I don't do that hardly ever, but this time it's like I need to see it. I don't know how to remember to see it. Okay, message number 4 is verses 12 and 13. Same drill. I'll read it, and you tell me what the message is. "Here is a call for the endurance of the saints, those who keep the commandments of God and their faith in Jesus. And I heard a voice from heaven saying, 'Write this, blessed are the dead who die in the Lord from now on. Blessed indeed, says the Spirit, that they may rest from their labors, for their deeds follow them.'" What's the practical message for those who are left? What? You want to make sure that you're in the Lord when you die, that's for sure. Which I think is the end. It's not my main thing.
Which starts with, here is a call for endurance of the saints. That's how you're going to die in the Lord.
That right, endure so that when you die, you're in the Lord. So mine is just endurance of the saints. And I've also said next to endurance, C19. Because remember, that's one of our words that we've seen over and over again. and we built our hub in 1.9. So how about that? Let's think about that real quick. If you've got, this is really slick. I'm still in kid raising mode, so I'm constantly thinking about raising my kids, but what about in teacher preacher mode whenever I am blessed to be able to speak this word to people on a regular basis? What is our message to the world? 4 practical messages for those who are left. Fear God, give him glory, Babylon is dead, don't worship the beast, and endure and make it all the way to the end of the road. Yeah, I mean that's pretty much everything that we do. Like every single thing that we do, that's our message. So here's why I didn't do red, Seth. Because I have a red-green contrast here. In verse 11, this is those who worship the beast. The smoke of the torment goes up forever and ever, and they have no rest. Red, no rest. But the endurance of the saints in verse 13 at the end, blessed indeed, says the Spirit, that they may rest from their labors. So you worship the beast, no rest for you. You endure all the way to the end. And do you see, this is poetry, and I'm not very good at poetry stuff, but do you see the poetic thing of this? It's like the concept of endurance is, I'm going, it's hard, it's tired, I'm at the end of the road. And then what? Rest. But if you worship the beast, no rest for you. You endure, there's rest. That's all I have for the 5th vision. I'll stop for comments or questions or thoughts or anything you might have. Are you getting tired? Yeah. I did mine over a long period of time. That's one thing that I did not consider. I didn't consider all of the writing that you guys are doing. Let's press on. Okay, this is the one that I said is my favorite.
You've said that a lot.
Do you want to know the secret about that? Is I say it all the time. This is my most important point, and there's 6 of them in this lesson. That's all the time. It's like, so let me ask you the question before we read it, because I want to see what you come up with on this. I like the heading above verse 14, which is our 6th vision. It's going to be the harvest of the earth. And it seems like in this section, we're going to read about 2 harvests. And the question that I want to talk about after we read this is, are these good harvest or bad harvest? Just think about it as we read it, and maybe you'll see, and I want to hear what you come up with. So, somebody please, would you read verses 14 through 20?
Then I looked, and behold, a white cloud, and seated on the cloud, one like a man, with a golden crown on his head and a sharp sickle in his hand. And another angel came out of the temple, calling with a loud voice to him who sat on the cloud, put in your sickle and reap, for the hour to reap has come, for the harvest of the earth is fully ripe. So he who sat on the cloud swung his sickle
Okay, thank you for reading that. 2 harvests, good harvest or bad harvest? Or both? The last one is definitely bad, right? So if you wanted to use your red, especially in verse 19, so the angel swung his sickle across the earth and gathered the grape harvest of the earth and threw it into the grape winepress of the wrath of God. Wrath is pretty good indicator that this is not a good place to be, right? So the wrath of God. And this is some really vivid imagery here. We're going to take these people, we're going to smash them in the wine press, and blood is going to be, how high is a horse's mouth? I guess if I'm standing, a horse would be about this high, right? Like we would be about the same. High, right? Like let's just say like high for the 1600 stadia. Maybe you have a marginal note in your Bible that says 184 miles. For 184 miles, the blood is going to be this high. That's like, yeah, that. What does mine say? I got a note there. 1600 stadia at the bottom, it says about 184 miles. And then it says a stadion was about 607 feet. So pretty good, pretty safe to say that's bad, right? That if there's the wrath of God and there's going to be blood this high for 184 miles, pretty safe to say that's not good. But what about the other one? What do you think? I'm just saying, what about the other harvest, the first harvest? I think, it's not really fair what I'm asking you right now, because I think that there's something to see in this text that we can't see in our English Bibles. And that is, it's the word ripe. Did you see it? Is that what you're paying attention to? It's the word ripe. Twice there's the word ripe. So in verse 15, and this is blue because I want to see this word. Put in your sickle and reap, for the hour to reap has come, for the harvest of the earth is fully ripe. I want to notice that word ripe. And then at the very end of verse 18, put in your sickle and gather the clusters from the vine of the earth, for its grapes are ripe. Those 2 words, ripe. Does anybody have, Seth, you have a CSB, right? Do both of yours say ripe in both? But they're 2 different words. In the Greek, there's 2 different words, which we can't, Jordan's checking it out. Do you have definitions in that too, or just, yeah? Oh, good, let's do this. The first word, ripe, is at the end of verse 15. And would you give us just, I think if we just have that definition, it'll be enough, because the other one gives us a picture. How about, before you read it, you find it, and I'll give you the first one. The first one is grapes. What does it look like with the grapes in this picture? The grapes are fat and juicy, and their overflowing juice is falling all over the place, and they're ripe. And so we're going to take these juicy, fat grapes, and we're going to put them in the wine press and smash it, and blood is going to fill the whole world. So that picture of ripe is easy enough to understand. But the first ripe, what's a definition for here? Dry and withered and parched. The ripe of grapes is different from the ripe of corn, isn't it? You know when you harvest corn, when you drive through at the end of corn season and you look and it's like, when it all looks dead, that's when you know it's ready. When it's dried up and withered. Or wheat would be the same thing, when it's dried up and withered. So how does that influence our thinking of these 2 harvests? The first harvest in verse 15, another angel I should do this before we do it. So I wrote that definition. Next to the first word ripe, that's blue in verse 15, I I made sure that I wrote that verse 18 is a different word, and then I wrote my Louw-Nida definition, which is with reference to grain which dries in the process of ripening. But I like yours better, Jordan. What was yours?
The definition was like dried up and parched.
Yeah, dried up and parched is a better one. So put in your sickle and reap, for the hour to reap has come, for the harvest of the earth is fully dried up and parched. So could you possibly see that first one as being a positive harvest? The saints, the Christians who have lived a hard life and suffered, and their ripeness looks very different from the ripeness of those who have not lived the Christian life. The Christian's ripeness is, I am dried up and parched at the end of this road, and I look dead. And God says, you're ready. Here's the harvest of my dried up and parched people. Versus the fat, squishy, juicy grapes that are just pouring out. And what else comes from grapes? Wine that makes you drunk. You know, that ripeness is like, so what I've done, 14, 15, 16, 17 through 20, I did the same thing here that I've done. I'm making a case that based upon these two words, there's a good harvest and a bad harvest. And I've got my numbers. I don't remember what the first one is. 14 through what? 14, 15, 16, and then 17 through 22? I don't know. I just did, since it's 20, I just did a green line and a red line. And those two lines, and so next to each of those lines, I put in a green pen, God's people, and next to the red line in a red pen, not God's people. I'll let you write that. I want to put something else up here for you real quick. Jesus also talked about this in a parable, the harvest of his people. Wait until the harvest, and then we'll go. And so just next to the heading, you know, it's just so blatantly obvious. It's like almost wrong to talk about these harvests without referring to the parable about the harvest that Jesus told. So you should definitely have that reference there. Yes, ma'am.
It is part when we compare the ripeness and the harvest, the corn, the winter, that's the good. I didn't get running fast enough when you were describing the plump harvest of the.
Now, that is not me describing it. It's right there in the text. If you just read through, I mean, I'm embellishing it, but if you just read through the text, it's in verse 18, put in your sickle and gather the clusters from the vine of the earth, for its grapes are ripe. And then you've got, it's just a picture of what ripe grapes look like. But then in verse 19, you put those grapes in the wine press, and there's just so much blood that comes out, like they're full and burnt. That's an Old Testament picture too. Grapes that are so ripe that they're just dripping. Yeah, and that's a ripe grape versus a piece of corn that's withered and dead. Well, on the outside it looks withered and dead. On the inside it's yellow and ripe. Hey, that's probably something. On the outside versus the inside. We just finished chapter 14. We are cruising. This is awesome. Everybody getting tired? Are you awake? Do you need to stand up? Or are we good? If you need to stand up, you're free to. Okay, I'm going to start chapter 15. We just did visions. We did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Guess what's coming? Our third pause or interlude, whichever one you have used in the past. So next to the heading there, chapter 15 and verse 1, I guess it's next to verse 2. I just put for verses 2 through 4. That's the only section I'm going to do for an interlude. You might decide to do something more than that, but we're getting ready to look. The interlude is basically the Song of Moses. So, I think I said this, but I don't think that I stopped. Judy, did you have to? What did you say? I'm sorry. The interlude part. What chapter are we on? 15. So I wrote in my Bible. How about this? Don't put anything yet, because you might want to see if you want what I'm going to say. I definitely think there's an interlude, but in my Bible, I do not include verse 1 in the interlude. I only do 2 through 4. This is the third interlude, and this is the last. Because when we get to the last round of 7, it's going to be 7 bowls of wrath, and that's it. Like, there's no pause. It's here. It's over. I started to do this, and then I stopped, and I got distracted. But so we finished a chapter. We're starting a new chapter. Is there anything that you want to say? Comments, questions, any thoughts about?
Well, how come when we start chapter 15, this is not another vision than I saw, as opposed to starting in verse 5, after this I looked. I mean, we have that in the earlier chapter. Is this not a vision? In verse 1?
In verse 1,
Chapter 15, then I saw another sign in heaven.
so we had this big conversation when we did the class. The question that popped up was, so yes, it is. Yes, it is the start of the vision. But you have I saw the 7 angels with the 7 plagues. But then we're going to have an interlude. And then we're going to introduce the 7 angels with the 7 plagues and the 7 bowls of wrath. And so the question is, where do I put my orange? So we just waited until the second one to put the orange, since that's where it's actually starting. You're correct. This is the start of that. But we're going to have a pause break here first. And this is not the only time that this is going to happen to us, where we have a where do I mark it kind of thing. Listen, I know God didn't write the Bible with Ryan's going to have a really hard time knowing where to mark this. Do you know what I'm saying? But I do have to do it, and it's like, which one am I going to mark? Both of them? And it's like, okay, let's just do the second one, because it's the exact same thing. It just starts the flow. Yeah. Good? The interlude. How about we read it first? Let's read it first. Chapter 15 and verse 1. And I think what I'm going to do is read down to verse 4. Then I saw another sign in heaven, great and amazing, 7 angels with 7 plagues, which are the last, for with them the wrath of God is finished. So what Bill was saying is, wait a minute, that's the start of our 7th vision. Hold on. Verse 2 says, and I saw what appeared to be a sea of glass mingled with fire, and also those who had conquered the beast and its image and the number of its name, standing beside the sea of glass with harps of God in their hands. And they sing the song of Moses, the servant of God, and the victory of the Lamb, saying, Great and amazing are your deeds, O Lord God the Almighty. Just and true are your ways, O King of the nations. Who will not fear, O Lord, and glorify your name? For you alone are holy. All nations will come and worship you, for your righteous acts have been revealed. But then, verse 5, after this I looked, and the sanctuary of the tent of witness in heaven was open, and out of the sanctuary came the 7 angels with the 7 plagues. So we were introduced to them in verse 1, but then we had the Song of Moses interlude, and now it's like, now let's talk about the 7 angels with 7 plagues. And they're clothed in pure, bright linen with golden sashes around their chest. And one of the 4 living creatures gave to the 7 angels 7 golden bowls full of the wrath of God, who lives forever and ever. And the sanctuary was filled with smoke from the glory of God and from his power, and no one could enter the sanctuary until the 7 plagues of the 7 angels were finished. So, do you understand why I said that now? It's like, there's the 7 plagues, here's the interlude, now we're going to talk about the 7 plagues. I just marked it on the second one. Yeah. Which then that is your question. The third interlude is 2, 3, and 4. Yeah. Does that make sense, what I've said? Are we all together on that? I think this, you know what's kind of a bummer for me? I might have, if I had a situation in my Bible where verse 1 was on the same page as verse 5, I might just like draw an arrow down, but I'm on different pages, so I'm out of luck on that.
Would you say from the seals to where we are now, that these are incremental as far as the severity of them?
Oh, we're about to get nasty. Yeah. Yeah. Things are about, and I'll give you some words. That's the next thing we're going to do. But yeah, everything, a third of the world dying, it's about to get, no. I don't know which one you'll do. Mercy, malice, whichever version one you're. Did I see another one? Okay, so our interlude. Let's talk about that first. The third interlude. I highlighted in yellow the word Song of Moses in verse 3 because that is the interlude. And here's a trick question for you. I already think I set you up good since I told you it's a trick question. What's the Song of Moses and what does it represent? And if you're like super on the ball with this, you will say, which Song of Moses? Where are the songs of Moses? Which ones are there? Exodus 15 is our first one. 14, what did you say, 15? Yeah. So the children of Israel crossed through the Red Sea in chapter 14, and Exodus 15 is the Song of Moses. Yay! We've been delivered from our enemies, which fits really good into this part of Revelation. God has brought us safely through this horrible storm, and so, of course, they sing the Song of Moses. We've been delivered from our enemies. But there is another Song of Moses. Does anybody know what it is? Deuteronomy what? 32. That's right. At the very end, the words, if you look at it, if you want to write it, the words Song of Moses start in 31:30. It's one of those terrible chapter breaks. But you're right, Deuteronomy 32. And it's at the very, very end of Moses' life, which is not the same as crossing through the Red Sea, but it's the same general thing of God has brought me this far, and so I'm going to sing a song to God at the end of my life for everything that God has done for me, which also fits this context in Revelation. So one thing that I did, we had this conversation in our Bible class when we did this together in Revelation. Are you with me still? Poor guy, you just look like you're suffering. we had this conversation. Which song of Moses is it? And so I copied this text from Revelation into ChatGPT, and the Song of Moses from Exodus 15, and the Song of Moses from Exodus 32, and I said, give me the word parallels, between these three songs, and that's not helpful. What I thought would happen would be this one very closely resembles one or the other, and that didn't happen. So I don't know what this Song of Moses is referring to, other than if it's like, this is the Song of Moses, which we're supposed to think, God has delivered me from all my enemies, and this is a special Song of Moses, which, look, God has delivered me from all my enemies. I hope that makes sense. I don't know. I feel like I am at the end of a long day, and it's like, that was not as clear as it could be. What do you got? That's our interlude. Our third interlude is, thank you for saving me. What, Morgan? Yeah, just like a Revelation version. Like Song of Moses is just a title to make us think God saved me from my enemies. Yeah.
Where the Song of the Lamb comes into that, they're like co-authors.
Yeah, well, what if we just call them all Song of Salvation? No, let's stick with the words that God gave us. That matters. So our interlude is going to be that song. There's one thing that I want to do. I want to show you a couple things here just to make Bill's point about we're at the end of this thing. I'm going to go back to verse 1. And I'm going to highlight these words in yellow. Then I saw another sign in heaven, great and amazing, 7 angels with 7 plagues. This is the first yellow, which are last. For with them the wrath of God is finished. So the 7 plagues that we're about to see, they are clearly defined as, this is it. This is the end. End for my kids. And I always like points, I've got 3 little points on here to go along with this, that this is the end. Point number 1 is 16:17, chapter 16 and verse 17. So point number 1 is chapter 16 and verse 17. And that's the 7th bowl. This is the last of the bowls that's going, and look at what it says at the very end of that. It is done. So we get a sense of like we are at the end of this road. So point number 1 is 16:17, and I wrote, it is done, just so I can remember it. Point number 2 is, this is our main point. I wrote this in my actual text. I wrote, not just 1/3. And that's to remember this conversation of partial judgment, limited judgment. So it's 16 verses 3 and following. So 16:3 with an F after it. And let's look at that. I want to show you that real quick. 16:3. The second angel poured out his bowl into the sea, and it became like the blood of a corpse, and every living thing died that was in the sea. That's not a 4th, that's not a 3rd, that is every living thing. And you're going to see that a couple different times as we move through this text, that God limiting his judgment we're done with that. We're at the end. Is that 3? Did I give you 3? Oh, then number 3 is I put no interlude after number 6. When you see something different, it's supposed to catch your attention. So we've done this in Revelation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, pause, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, pause, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, pause, 7. And then now we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And there's supposed to be an effect that happens with us. Like there is no pause. We're at the end of this road.
What did you put for 16.3?
16:3 and following is, yeah, not limited. Not limited, that's right. Morgan? We're not to the seventh vision yet. We're like prepping for the seventh vision. Yeah. Yeah. No, okay, I understand. We're prepping for the seventh vision, and what we're doing is we're paving the way to say the seventh vision is going to be the last. That's what we're talking about right now. Yeah. I'm glad that you give me a chance to try and be more clear.
So that last verse, you had 16, 17, 16, 3 and following, and then what was the third one?
No interlude between 6 and 7. You could just write no interlude because you know it's between 6 and 7, but that is really an effect of like, oh man, there's no more pause. We're there. Yeah, plagues, if you want to call them plagues, yeah. One more hour till dinner.
Ryan, did you highlight every living thing died?
What?
In verse 3 of 16, did you highlight every living thing died that was in the sea?
Yeah, we're with these plagues. Have we already highlighted them purple? Okay, we'll do that first. We'll go through and we'll do the first bowl, the second bowl, the third bowl. And we're going to do these. Look, I'll even do this for you right now. I'm going to tell you this. These also look like the 10 plagues of Egypt, which should be the same message for us. And we're going to see the same exact thing about what is the design of this. The design is to say, you better wake up for real this time. Like we're at the end, it's time to wake up. They look like the plagues of Egypt. Less so, though. These have a little bit more problems than the first one had. But still, I think you can say these look like the plagues of Egypt. But what we'll do with these is we'll say purple, first bowl, second bowl, third bowl. And then for each one, we'll do yellow highlight. What is the first bowl? What is the second bowl? What is the third bowl? The thing that we're about to do right now is the third time that we've done this. It's just different text. But you already know what we're doing. So, you have, Donovan, do you have in chapter 15 and verse 5, it's already orange, right? We know that we're the 7 angels about to pour out the 7 plagues. Okay, let's do that. 16:2, this is purple. 16:2, I just did first angel, second angel, third angel, fourth angel. That's what I did in all these. So 16:2, first angel. 16:3, second angel. 16:4, third angel. Verse 8 is the fourth angel. Verse 10 is the fifth angel. 12 is the sixth angel. And 17 is the seventh angel. There's your outline. Boom. Easy peasy. You're organized now. So, I was going to do the thing where I said, I'm going to read it and you tell me what the plague is. It's already up there. So let's read them together and I'll stop and give you a chance to do these on each one. Verse 2. So the first angel went and poured out his bowl on the earth, and harmful and painful sores came upon the people who bore the mark of the beast and worshipped its image. So in yellow, I did the whole thing, harmful and painful sores. That reminds me of the 6th plague, boils on the people. And there's the passage where you can find the 6th plague. I'll give you time for those. That's what we're doing here, is taking time to do it. Some of you are like, you haven't given me time for nothing. Verse 3, the second angel poured out his bowl into the sea, and it became like the blood of a corpse, and every living thing died that was in the sea. So Cindy, I think or Terry, one of you asked this question. I did 2 things on this one. I did blood. It reminds me of the first plague. Poured out in the sea became blood. But I also did in yellow, because it's important to me on this one, every living thing died. Dead. The second angel is that everything in the sea became blood, salt water. The third angel is everything in the fresh water becomes blood. So it reminds me of the same plague. Did I do the thing? That's why I did the quote marks, same as above. It reminds me of the same plague. It's just salt water versus fresh water. So verse 4, the third angel poured out his bowl into the rivers and the springs of water, and they became blood. And I heard the angel in charge of the water say, just as you are, O Holy One, who is and who was, for you brought these judgments, for they have shed the blood of the saints and prophets, and you have given them blood to drink. It is what they deserve. Ooh, that's chilling, isn't it? They shed the blood of the saints, and so you're going to turn all their water into blood. When he finishes up with, it's what they deserve. And I heard the altar saying, yes, Lord God the Almighty, true and just are your judgments. So there's somebody in the background, because you know that there's some do-gooder person standing there and they're like, should we really talk that mean about people? Is it really what they deserve? And then there's another voice that says, yes, it's what they get. Verse 8, are we good? You need me to slow down? What? Oh, the third angel, I just did blood so I can see it. Okay. Same thing. The water turns into blood. Okay. And the only thing it's doing is it's reminding me of the first plague. Gotcha. Yeah.
Is there a connection to chapter 5, verse 10, where the souls that are under the altar are crying out, how long till you avenge us? And now you guys have been praying on the blood of the saints, and now the altar is speaking.
Isn't that the avenging thing though? How they're under the altar and they've got their bowls of incense, and the incense is the prayers. How long until you avenge us? And now God is taking these bowls, boom, seawater is blood, boom, and everything dies, boom. This is that avenging. I think the pouring out of the bowls is on our bowls list of the saints, and I think you're exactly right that this is the avenging. Yeah, that they've been asking for, which is why we should pray, because God answers them. Verse 8, the fourth angel poured out his bowl on the sun, and it was allowed to scorch people with fire. I did scorch people with fire. I know I'm getting a little crazy with my 10 plagues reference, because the plague was, I'm going to turn the sun off, but I can still connect it with the sun, which would be the 9th plague. You don't have to do it. If you're not like connecting it with the 10 plagues, that's fine with me. But I did scorch people with fire, yellow. And then there's something that I want you to start seeing here. Let's actually do this together. Verse 9. They were scorched by the fierce heat, and they cursed. They cursed the name of God who had power over these plagues. And listen to this. Here is a window into the purpose for all of this. They did not repent and give him glory. That's red for me. I think we already had this conversation. Shouldn't that be yellow? But it's like, that's bad. Like, they should have repented. And I think that you would want to cross-reference that to say, see chapter 9 and verses 20 and 21, because that was the last time where you've got these trumpets sounding, and they didn't repent. And here again, the plagues are being poured out, and they didn't repent. There's only one more of those. Okay, verse 10, the fifth angel poured out his bowl on the throne of the beast, and its kingdom was plunged into darkness. That's a good plague. So darkness is yellow, and that's going to refer to the ninth plague. The people gnawed their tongues in anguish and cursed the God of heaven for their pain and sores. Red. They did not repent of their deeds. How interesting is it that the two places in this situation have to do with the sun? The scorching and burning, they didn't repent. They burned up and they didn't repent. And darkness, I'm turning off the sun. You're in darkness, and they didn't repent. I don't know if it's intended to be connected, but in my mind it works really well as a connection for not repenting. I'll stop here for a second because I need us to be all together on this last one. Are we all caught up? I'm kind of looking around. Josh?
I was just thinking, especially because it's coming from John. John talks about the light and darkness and contrast.
Yeah. For those of you who don't know, Josh is teaching 1st, 2nd, and 3rd John right now. So you know what it's like when your head is in it, his head is in it. That one, please don't ask me to repeat this. I'll give it to you later if you want, but I should learn this lesson by now. I wrote this next to the darkness one. This is a quote from the English Standard Version Study Bible. It is appropriate that a regime founded on deceit should be plunged into darkness. Let him with ears hear. Verse 12. Are we ready for the next one? Because verse 12 is going to be, verse 12 is Armageddon. You don't see it till the end. But this is something that lots of people know about Revelation. The 6th angel poured out his bowl on the great river Euphrates, and its water was dried up to prepare the way for the kings from the east. I sure hope I remember to do this, and I didn't. Imagine the promised land. At the very, very top north boundary of the promised land is the Euphrates River, which is a major benefit for the Jewish people and a major problem. Like if Assyria wants to invade Palestine, you got to cross that river. And we don't have modern bridges. You got to get your whole army across the Euphrates River. Babylon, Persia, you got to cross that river. But for the 6th plague, for this great last battle, God dries up the Euphrates, which is him saying, come on, bring all your armies. I'll even dry the waters up for you. Come on the way. So, verse 13, and I saw coming out of the mouth of the dragon and out of the mouth of the beast and out of the mouth of the false prophet 3 unclean spirits like frogs. So 3 unclean spirits like frogs are highlighted yellow for me because the 2nd plague was frogs. Did you also notice that this is how the dragon and both of the beast operate? which is the Word of God. That's not the first time we've done that. Verse 14, for they are demonic spirits performing signs who go abroad to the kings of the whole world to assemble them for battle on the great day of God the Almighty. I don't know what those lies looked like, but I imagine it was something like, come on, everybody, we can beat God and his people. 15, behold, I'm coming like a thief. Blessed is the one who stays awake, keeping his garments on, that he may not go about naked and be seen exposed. And they assembled them at the place that in Hebrew is called Armageddon. I have written 2 quotes next to the word Armageddon that for me give me everything that I need to know about this word. There's a lot of different things if you will look at Megiddo. Megiddo is a strategic valley that runs through the northern part of the Promised Land. It's where Josiah died. Whenever Josiah, the king of Egypt, was coming up to fight against Babylon, and Josiah went and cut him off, and Josiah got killed. And there's a lot of different things that happen in the Bible at Har Megiddo, the hill of Megiddo. Maybe we should tie that to biblical stuff, but here's 2 quotes for you. The first one comes from, it's the Christian Standard Bible Study Bible, CSB Study Bible. And this is what it says. This is the best description that I think makes you think about this. Quote, no less than 34 historic battles were fought here. Like, that's one of the things that's like, okay, this place is where people like to fight. And the second one is a quote that comes from Napoleon. The actual Napoleon. Napoleon, I guess it's not a quote. It kind of is a quote. Napoleon said that this valley of Megiddo, when he went and looked at it, he said, this is the world's most natural battleground, which is what has played out throughout history. And so, it's kind of like, okay, enemies, I'm going to dry up the river. The devil, the beast, they're going to tell you lies. Come on, let's go fight again. Bring your armies. Come on down. We're going to have this fight at the world's most natural battleground. We're going to have it out. Here we go. And this is, are we good there? Did you get all those quotes? Or did you want to get those quotes? Do we need any more?
How's the word spelled? Megiddo. Is it just the same as Armageddon?
It's not the same because you got to do the Hebrew to English thing. Yeah. But the Megiddo is the MEGGIDO. And then Bill is our Hebrew expert back there. Har is hill, right? The hill of Megiddo. Just say, yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
Can you read them one more time?
Oh, yeah, the quotes. Okay, the CSB SB, Christian Standard Bible, Study Bible. No less than 34 historic battles here. No less than 34 historic battles here. And then Napoleon, quote, world's most natural battleground. There's a lot more you could say about Armageddon, but those 2 things tell me what I need to know. This is the place to fight. This is the playground behind the school. This is where you go when it's time to fight. So, I don't want to disappoint you. I feel really disappointed in this next section. It's like the whole book of Revelation is like, come on, fight, everybody fight. And then we come to the last one and God's like, it's done. It's offensive. If you're one of the bad guys, it's offensive what God has done in this verse. 17, the 7th angel poured out his bowl into the air, and a loud voice came out of the temple from the throne saying, it is done. And there were flashes of lightning, rumblings, peals of thunder, and a great earthquake, such as there had never been since man was on the earth. So great was that earthquake, and we're hearing judgment against God's enemies. Apocalyptic language. Judgment against God's enemies. The great city was split into 3 parts, and the cities and the nations fell, and God remembered Babylon the Great to make her drain the cup of the wine of the fury of his wrath. And every island fled away, and no mountains were to be found, and great hailstones, yellow because that's our plague, great hailstones, about 100 pounds each. Oh, think about that. Oh, 100-pound block of ice falling from the sky. 100 pounds each fell from the heavens on people, and they cursed God for the plagues of the hail because the plague was so severe. So, that's our seventh picture of these 7 visions in this major section. And I think with this, like everything up to this point has been war. The dragon, the beast. Here's God's people in heaven. Here's what I want God's people to know, the 4 messages about that. Let's clear the way and bring the enemies of God in. The 7th vision really is a transition to the last section, which is victory. And that is, God's about to wipe the table with all of his enemies. It's over. It's over for all of you. So we're done with that major section, and we only have one major section left, which is going to be called victory. If you want to do that now, you can go ahead and write that. Next to chapter 17, it is chapters 17 through 22, victory, and again, in parentheses, 7 visions. We're going to have 7 visions that describe God's victory. And then we're done.
Where was the "it is done"? I forgot where it is. Do you have a trip?
You mean in Revelation?
Yes.
Oh,
Well, I know, but wasn't there a place where we wrote a bunch of verses that were...
oh, yeah. That's right. That's going to be chapter 15 and verse 1.
Okay.
This is the last. God is finished. And and we actually cross-reference that 16, 17 where he says, it's done. Yeah, that's right. Morgan? Are the what? The 7 bowls are the 7th vision. Yeah, let's make it as hard as we can. Yeah. Okay, so
What did you say besides victory, chapter 17?
17 to 22 is just victory. That's it. It's
7 visions. There's 7 visions.
so we've just finished 7 visions of spiritual warfare that ended with God's victory. And now there's 7 more visions, and all of those visions are like everybody gets thrown into the lake of fire. Yeah. Except for God's people. You really want your name written in that book.
Just a quick realization I had the last time I read this about them not repenting and cursing God. The verse that every knee shall bow. I had always thought, oh, everyone's going to be sorrowful that they didn't believe in obeying God. No, they're going to acknowledge him, but to me these verses say they're going to acknowledge he's real, but they're still going to be really angry and continue to curse him.
Yeah. You will bow. Yeah. Imagine the person bowing their back. I'm not going to bow to you. You still have that attitude, but yes, you are. Yeah. Total victory. So it is 4:15. I want to ask your opinion on this. I'm good for whatever. So maybe, I don't know if you want to be vocal about it, we can take a vote. Since we're at a break, do you want to break now and do dinner at 4:15? It's too early for dinner for you. Or you want to just keep rolling into our next visions, and then we'll stop at 5? Keep rolling? Do you want us to get up and go to the bathroom and get a drink? Okay, let's do that. Let's take 5 minutes, stand up, go to the bathroom. 5 minutes, got it.
We have till 8 tonight. Like, we could stay and just like be done, like at maybe 6, and then be done.
Oh yeah, finish it. I don't think we'll finish. We got a lot to do. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Just have a late dinner. Yeah, I know what you mean about, let's not said, I already did. It's Naomi. Naomi said, do you remember the 4 things, the message for those who are left? Fear God, serve him, fallen is Babylon. What was the third one? What?
Don't worship.
Yeah, don't worship the beast. And it says, don't worship the beast in its image. And then you won't have any rest. And then endurance of the saints. Endure that you may have rest. And Naomi was like, the first commandment, I am the Lord your God. Worship the Lord your God. Next, no other gods. Fallen is Babylon. I'm not sure if it all works out, but the next one after that is don't worship the beast. No graven images. And that one says, don't worship the beast and its image, right? So the images thing is there. And then the last one, endurance of the saints and rest, which the Sabbath command and rest. And it's like, hey.
The 10 Commandments, number 2 is don't bow down to idols. Don't make graven images. Number 2.
I count them a different way. I am the Lord, no other gods, which includes no graven images. Don't take my name in vain and keep the Sabbath. So no other gods and no images are the same for me. It depends on if you count, there's a Protestant way, a Catholic way, and a Jewish way of counting the 10 Commandments. There really is. There are different ways of counting them. But anyway, that's how I count them. Anyway, I thought that's my favorite thing about collective Bible study like this is to say, Naomi sees something and it's like, hey, if you see it, say it, like, this is awesome. I'll write it in my Bible and then I'll teach it and pretend like I made it up. That's where it all comes from. There you go. Where'd you hear that first? Or did you just make it up? I just made it up because okay, so let's keep rolling. Chapter 17. I would like to do this just like we've done. I think this is working really well. I would like to do it where we overview the whole section and mark the whole section. So you can just keep one pen in your hand, one highlighter and color in your hand. And it helps it's like a roadmap. It helps you to see where we're going and what's coming. So we've already written with our orange pen, we've already written that we are in 17 to 22, which is victory. And we're looking at 7 visions, which again, you're going to write 1/7, 2/7 for each of these visions. So 17 in verse 1. Then one of the 7 angels who had the 7 bowls came to me and said, come, and then this is orange. I will show you, vision, I will show you the judgment of the great prostitute. For that one, this is a long section. The prostitute is a long section. So I want to make sure that I know that. So I wrote next to that, I'll show you the judgment of the great prostitute. I put 17:1 to 19:10. That's all of 17, all of 18, and a good chunk of 19. Like the prostitute there's a lot to say about her. So that's going to be vision number 1 is the judgment of the great prostitute. Something, you got something? No? And then when you're finished with that, go to 19:11. I feel dirty about this next one a little bit. Just a little bit. So verse 11, 19:11, this is orange for me. Then I saw, because that's a vision. And remember, that's the second vision. I really, really I didn't white this out. There's some things, I know it's not inspired text, but the heading says the rider on a white horse. Here comes Jesus at the very end to conquer his enemies. Which is true, that's what's happening here. But what's the real point of this section? The point of this section is not that Jesus is on a white horse. The point of this section is destruction of the beast. Beast, plural. Beast with an S on the end. So I made my own heading up there. Vision number 2 is destruction of the beast. And you'll see why that's important to me. I've got destruction of the prostitute, destruction of the beast. Chapter 20 and verse 1, then I saw. I think if you have your orange highlighter in your hand, you could just go down to verse 2 and highlight the dragon too. So then I saw is the third vision, and then verse 2 is the dragon. So the title for this one, in my Bible says the 1,000 years, because everybody's obsessed with the millennium, the 1,000 years. But this section is about the destruction of the dragon. See what we're doing here? The prostitute is destroyed, the beast is destroyed, the dragon is destroyed.
Is that 3 of 7?
Yeah.
So it'd be the destruction of the unholy Trinity?
We're just unraveling the whole thing. That's why this whole section is called victory. It's like there's nobody. Well, that's not true. I mean, the dragon has one last stand, but everybody's dead. Like, God is just wiping the floor up with, yeah. And not only the unholy Trinity, but the problem that has plagued humanity from the very beginning, from Genesis 3. In chapter 20 and verse 11, then I saw, this is our fourth vision, and the heading for that section is the destruction of death. Even death gets killed. How does that work? I never said those words out loud before. Even death gets killed. That's 20 in verse 11. Then I saw the fourth vision. And for each of these, we'll mark them when we get there, but I'm excited. I can't wait to do this. So it's like the destruction of the beast. This is how it ends. These two were thrown alive into the lake of fire that burns with sulfur. The destruction of the dragon, and this is how it ends. The devil who had deceived them was thrown into the lake of fire and sulfur. The destruction of death, this is how it ends. Death and Hades were thrown into the lake of fire. Everybody just gets thrown into the lake of fire. God is, and then this, boy, this ought to wake you up for real. This is I know we're not even here yet, but this ought to, verse 15, chapter 20 and verse 15. If anyone's name was not found written in the book of life, he was thrown into the lake of fire. See what I'm talking about? You really want your name in that book. Chapter 21, back to what we're doing right now. Chapter 21 and verse 1. Then I did the whole thing. Then I saw a new heaven and a new earth. That's 5. Chapter 20 and verse 9. It's in the middle. What? 21. Yeah, that's what I said. Chapter 21 and verse 9. And it's in the middle of this one, so go with me here. Then came one of the 7 angels who had the 7 bowls full of the 7 last plagues, and he spoke to me saying, "Come, orange, I will show you the bride, the wife of the Lamb." That's 6. So do you see it now throughout this book? You've got, on one side, sexual immorality, which is unfaithfulness. And you've got the prostitute who's destroyed. And now at the end, you've got the bride, the wife of the Lamb. These 2 women. And that takes us back to chapter 12. Who is the woman? God's people. Probably not Mary. You know what I'm saying? That's like, everybody wants to default to Mary, but when you look at the whole theme, it's like, no, probably God's people, yeah. And then 22 and verse 1, I just did, then the angel showed me. I just did showed me so I can see that I'm on number 7. That's 7 of 7. 22 and verse 1, showed me. And that's the 7th vision. Woo! Just so you can double check? Yes, I will. I'm going to do 17:1 is 1. And now flip a couple pages. 19:11 is 2. '20 in verse 1 is 3. '20 in verse 11 is 4. Okay. Anybody else want the rest? Okay. 21 in verse 1 is 5. I was hoping nobody would notice. 21 in verse 9 is 6. And 22 in verse 1 is 7. I thought, Carol, when I coughed, I'm starting to feel it. I was like, uh-oh, I've been worried about my voice, and it's like, there it is. I feel it now. I don't know what I have up here left for you. I think I don't think we're ready for that. Okay. We can at least finish this. So, no, 17, chapter 17. Let's start with the first vision. Before we start, good pause time. Any questions, comments, anything you want to say or? Yep, please.
So you know how on some of these we had destruction of the beast, destruction of this, destruction of that. Do we have any words to go with 1 and 7?
With what? With what?
Any words to go here?
I would put destruction of the prostitute. Except for what did we highlight? We highlighted judgment of the great prostitute. But if you wanted for fun to just write destruction of the prostitute, just to keep it consistent, like if you want that to be your... I cannot imagine the PowerPoint slide right now. One big word, destruction, prostitute, beast, dragon, death. There's your lesson, the destruction. How about get your purple pen out. It might be a black pen. Not everybody has a purple pen, I think. But if you have a purple pen, why not use a purple highlighter? You can. There's a lot of writing and cross-referencing here. And so I just want you to be able to see that. So here's what we're going to see. In verses 1 through 6, we have a story. And I'll read it to you. Not the story, but I'll tell you right now, I'll show you in my Bible what happens. There's different things that happen in this story. There's many waters, the dwellers on earth. There's a woman sitting on a scarlet beast, and the beast has 7 heads and 10 horns. There's 7 things that I just said. So here's a story about all of these characters. And then in verses 17 through 15, we're going to say, here's who those characters are. So let me give you an example before we read it so you know what's coming. Look at verse 1, the end of verse 1. Come, I will show you the judgment of the great prostitute who is seated on the many waters. And then next to that, I have verse 15. So you jump down to verse 15, and it says, the waters that you saw where the prostitute is seated are peoples and multitudes and languages and nations and languages. So that's going to happen over and over again in this section where it's like, let me tell you a story with the different people, and then the section is, let me tell you who those people are. So, and with my purple pen, I wrote in the margin, next to verse 1, I put 1 through 6 intro story. And then I put 7 through 15 character identification. 1 through 6 intro story. 7 through 15 character identification. This is what?
17, chapter 17.
Yes. How many verses are in it? You go all the way, not quite all the way to the end. 15 will take us, yeah, that's at least where we'll identify different people. Yeah. So let's read the intro story, please. Can somebody please read 17 verses 1 through 6? Oh, that's good. That's good. Just through 1:6. Sorry, I was into the story and I lost it. I was like, oh man, here we go. Thanks, Kyle. Okay, so this story feels a little bit more difficult to me than the first time that we told this story. It was easier with the woman gave birth, but the dragon didn't want her to give birth, and she did, and the son came, and this story's harder. So let's just, for the sake of ease, let's just mark first. Yeah, at this time of day. Here's what's happening in my head. I don't ever want you to just mark and take my word for it. I want you to see it and see if you want to mark it. But at this point in the day, let's just mark. So you come to the end of verse 1 and it says many waters. Just verse 15. I even did like a little underline, many waters, verse 15. And we already read that passage. Verse 15 says, the many waters that she's seated on is everywhere. It gives you a description of that. Who's what? Yeah, all this is purple just because it's like, it's not quite subpoints, but we're dividing up this section. Everything that I'm doing right now is purple pen for me. In verse 2, this great prostitute with whom the kings of the earth have committed sexual immorality, and with the wine of whose sexual immorality, the dwellers on the earth, that's what I'm after. Underline the dwellers of the earth, and that's verse 8. And I really hate the idea of you just taking my word for it. So in verse 8, it says, the dwellers of the earth whose names have not been written in the book of life. So we are like, okay, here's who these people are. Kyle, from the foundation of the world. In verse 3, he carried me away in the spirit into a wilderness, and I saw a woman. So woman, I would mark verse 5, because verse 5 says that on her forehead is Babylon the Great. The woman, the prostitute, is Babylon. Babylon. Why Babylon and not Jerusalem if you're early date or Rome if you're late date? Why Babylon? Symbolizing what?
Evil,
Yeah.
false religion.
Like Babylon is kind of like, in Daniel 7 especially, there's Babylon, which is the first big one. Babylon, Medo, Persia, Greek, and Rome. And so Babylon is like the head of gold. Babylon is the picture of all of these kingdoms of men who persecute God's people. And so I like that God did not say Jerusalem or Rome, because that he said Babylon makes it so we can apply it to all of them. It's symbolic. I think that's right.
We're highlighting this part, like you're going for your living waters, dwellers on earth. Are we coordinating the reference verses, like verse 15, verse 8? Are we underlining those words also?
You can do whatever you would like, but I did not reference them, I just underline them. So like in verse 15, I underline the word waters. And then in verse 8, I underline dwellers on earth. And then I did not underline anything in verse 5 because it's her forehead, the woman that we're talking about. I don't need to. It says, verse 3, I'm going to read verse 3. He carried me away in the spirit into the wilderness, and I saw a woman sitting on a scarlet beast. That beast, we're going to break that beast down. A scarlet beast that was full of blasphemous names, and it had 7 heads and 10 horns. So I underline beast, 7 heads, and 10 horns, and I referenced verses 8 through 14. That's verse 3. Verse 3. Beast, 7 heads, and 10 horns is 8 through 14. And that's going to be a nightmare for us. Verses 8 through 14. That's right, my bad. That's right. Verses 8 through 14. See, when you get to verse 8, the beast that you saw was and is not and is about to rise. I think that's just death and resurrection language. He was, he is not, he's dead, he's about to rise, resurrection. It's the Antichrist, the perversion of Christ. And then, so the beast is in verse 8. Look at verse 9 if you want to underline it. This calls for a mind with wisdom. The 7 heads, and it says, I think this is funny because it's like, I'm going to tell you what this means. And he tells me what it means, and I say, I still don't know what that means. The 7 heads are 7 mountains on which the woman is seated. So, Rome, have you ever heard about how Rome sits on 7 hills? It's really easy. It's really easy to think that this is, chapter 11, if you're an early dater that Revelation is about Jerusalem, chapter 11 is your chapter. If you're a late dater, chapter 17 is your chapter. 7 heads are 7 mountains. And then in verse 12, another thing to underline, the 10 horns that you saw are 10 kings who have not yet received royal power. And what sometimes happens with that is, okay, let's count the kings of Rome. And it works out really good. It can get you to Nero, and it's a really good deal. I tend to think it's probably right. But this is the book of Revelation, and so 10 kings could also just be like all the kings of the world, or a complete number of kings. And there's a lot of uncertainty with me on what these mean. That's why I say it's kind of a nightmare section. But those are all of our major characters. We've got the waters, the dwellers on earth, not God's people, the woman who is Babylon, and the beast who is like the power behind the beast, the kingdoms of man that persecute God's people. I know that it's not clear But do you have anything that you'd like to say about verses 1 through 6 in the intro story that we just looked at?
Wrap
Who's-
up the 7 of the characters.
I've got many waters, dwellers on earth, woman, beast, 7 heads, 10 horns. Is that 6 or 7? That's all I got. That's 6, yeah. That's just, that's another funny thing that people make fun of me when I'm preaching. I'm always going like this, and it doesn't match up with what I'm saying. Jackson Sneed made that show. Have you seen the show that he made, Behold the Man? They've got 2 things out, and there's 2 more coming. And I saw Jackson this last weekend, and he goes, "Hey, Ryan, how's it going?" Because I did that a lot in our thing. Okay, let's do this next part, and then we'll have dinner. That works out really good for me, because we're going to get through this next part, and you're going to say, "What's this?" I'm going to say, "Dinner time." We got to go to dinner. Okay, 7 through 15. Would somebody read that for us, please? You know what? Yeah, go ahead and read it for us, and then I'll say what I want to say.
When I saw her, I marveled greatly. The angel said to me, "Why do you marvel? I will tell you the mystery of the woman and of the beast with 7 heads and 10 horns that carries her. The beast that you saw was and is not, and is about to rise from the bottomless pit and go to destruction. And the dwellers on earth, whose names have not been written in the book of life from the foundation of the world, will marvel to see the beast, because it was and is not and is to come. This calls for a mind with wisdom. The 7 heads are 7 mountains on which the woman is seated. They are 7 kings, 5 of whom have fallen. One is, the other has not yet come. And when he does come, he must remain only a little while. As for the beast that was and is not, it is an 8th, but it belongs to the 7, and it goes to destruction. And the 10 horns that you saw are 10 kings who have not yet received royal power, but they are to receive authority as kings for 1 hour, together with the beast. These are of one mind, and they hand over their power and authority to the beast. They will make war on the Lamb, and the Lamb will conquer them, for he is Lord of lords and King of kings, and those with him are called and chosen and faithful. I keep reading. And the angel
What did I
said
say
to
with
me, "The waters that you saw, where the prostitute is seated, are peoples and multitudes of nations and languages. And the 10 horns that you saw, they and the beast will hate the prostitute. They will make her desolate and naked, and devour her flesh and burn her up with fire. For God has put it into their hearts to carry out his purpose by being of one mind and handing over their royal power to the beast until the words of God are fulfilled. And the woman that you saw is the great city that has dominion over the kings of the earth."
Okay. That would be a good place to also put for the woman. We put verse 5, which is Babylon the Great, but it would be also good to reference verse 18, that last thing that you just read. The woman is the great city that has dominion over the kings of earth. That's what we were talking about, Bill, just now, like that. Why Babylon? The great city that has dominion over the kings of earth. So I'm gonna do something to you right now that you're not gonna like very much. I'm going to take this giant section that we just read where you did this when we read this section. You were like, "What is that talking about?" And I'm just going to observe the Passover. And we're just going to, because I don't know. You can, this is something that you can do. You can jump into your commentaries. Here are the kings. There are 5 kings who have come, and there's 1 king who is, and there is 1 king who is yet to come. And you can find your favorite commentary, and you can attach names to all of those things. But my problem with it, is nobody agrees. And when I find myself in that situation, I'm not saying that it's hard for me to make a decision. I don't know. I don't know what it is. And so rather than saying this is what it is or these are some options, I don't know. So maybe you know and you want to tell us all, and that would be fine, but I don't know. But here is what I am going to do. I'm cheaping out on you. I really am. Like, I'm doing something that I don't know the answer, so I'm just going to skip it. But I will tell you, I'm not just cheaping out on you. What I've done next to verse 8, I actually wrote these words in my Bible next to verse 8. Don't get distracted. Go to verse 16. And here's why I wrote that. Because so I did this study with a couple girls, Emma and Julia, and they helped me for the very first time, and we worked through it. And man, we got major bogged down when we did this. Who are these kings? Let's read about it. Let's find some answers. And we got bogged down, and the end of it was fruitless. And then we did this with a group at Ellisville, and again, we got bogged down, and, Google it, and you'll see. It's like, it was fruitless. And so I made a note to myself, don't get distracted. There is one point that's made here that is easy enough to understand. And I find myself missing that point because I get distracted in the 7 mountains and the 10 kings and the 7 horns and all of that stuff. So what is the main point here? And so I did 2 things that are kind of unusual for me. Next to verse 8, I wrote, don't get distracted. Go to verse 16. And I highlighted in yellow all of verse 16. And I wrote in the margin, twist ending. Because this is something that we don't expect. It's like, whoa, twist ending. So look at verse 8. The beast that you saw was and is not. And so here is the beast. And the beast has these horns and all of this. And then look at what happens in verse 16. The 10 horns that you saw, they and the beast will hate the prostitute. Wait a second. I thought that the prostitute was riding on the beast's back. Babylon was being carried by the beast on these many waters. The Babylon, the kingdoms of man that persecute God's people. And then you come to verse 16, and what you find out is that it's the beast who was carrying the prostitute who turns on her and destroys her. Read it, verse 16. The 10 horns that you saw, they and the beast will hate the prostitute. They will make her desolate and naked and devour her flesh and burn her up with fire. Major theology conversation coming. Verse 17. For God has put it into their hearts to carry out His purposes.
That doesn't mean they know.
That's right. That's right. There's a bunch of stuff. I always think of Isaiah 10 and Assyria on this one. He thinks, I'm gonna go and defeat Israel and God's people. And God's like, you're my instrument doing what I want you to do. But boy, isn't that's one of those, if you want to think about something at night when you're falling asleep, don't think about the prostitute. That's not what this is. I shouldn't have taken them. I know. Remember what I said when Becky sits on the front and she goes, this is the thing that is amazing to me, that God is working this plan. And you've got the dragon out there, and he just thinks he's so slick. And he's got his sea beast, and he's got his land beast. And here comes the sea beast, the kingdoms of man, and Babylon's riding on his back. And God's like, hey, watch this. The beast hates the prostitute and destroys Babylon and the prostitute. Maybe that's why she's called the prostitute, because she's used and then discarded. It might be something we're thinking about. But I love that next. Okay, so I've got lost on my highlighting here for a second. Verse 16, all of verse 16, How about I start earlier so you can do, if you want to do this, I'll tell you what it is. Next to verse 8, you see it now? Don't get distracted. We're introduced to the beast, and don't get distracted with all this stuff with the beast and his horns and his head. Jump down to verse 16. Did you write that? Okay. And then verse 16, I write twist ending, and all of verse 16 is yellow, because this section is about the destruction of the prostitute, and that's the main point. The prostitute is destroyed by the beast who was carrying her. And then, almost just for fun, in verse 17, I just put it in green. God put it in their hearts to carry out his purposes. That's a verse that I want to see. Maybe that's not true for you. I want to see that verse in my Bible. Isn't that amazing, though? It's like, wait a minute. This is where you really, Morgan, sorry, I shouldn't, this is not a bad thing. I'm not saying this bad. It's like, I'm just noticing this about you. Morgan loves politics and all things politics. And it's fine. Like, I like to follow that stuff too. Like, I'm not saying it is a bad thing. But when you do the politics thing, it's like, I want to vote because I want to do this, and I want to be a part of this, and I want to stand up for God and all of this. But when you read these passages and you see how God is operating with the beast in Babylon and doing the whole thing, it's like he's going to do what he wants to do. Don't think for 1 second that you're going to thwart God's plans or alter what God has in mind. Don't think it for 1 second. I love this passage to talk about that. I'm not telling you don't vote. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just telling you, from a theology perspective, this passage teaches me something about God that helps me fall asleep at night, and that is that he is in control, whether it looks like it or not. I know there's comments.
Satan thought he won too when Jesus was crucified. He thought, hey.
I'm sorry.
Satan thought he won too when Jesus was crucified. I mean, he thought, hey, he's still the Son of God.
That's a perfect example. It's like, look at me, I killed Jesus. And God's like, bro, you just did what I wanted you to do to make my plan work. And the next time, I'm talking to myself right now, you can ignore me. The next time you start to get wound up and excited about the ways working and how everything looks like it's just completely falling apart and all going to pot, just read this verse and remember, God's working a plan. It's going to be okay. Well, it's going to be hard. I'm not telling you it's going to be easy. It's going to be okay, is the point.
I just have on my Bible, Jeremiah 1:12, watch over my work to perform it. And that's what it said. I watch over my work to perform it.
Yeah.
I have 17:14 written at the very, before Revelation 1:1. Like, that's the key verse of the whole book.
Yeah, I've got, it's dinner time. Let's still do it. Let's do this. You want to go? I did mine, Deborah, next to chapter 2 and verse 7. And that's the first place where it says, to the one who conquers. The word conquers there. Some of your versions say overcomes. If you want to trace that word conquers, here are your verses to do that. And it kind of comes in points. 1, Jesus conquers. 5, and this is next to 2:7. Jesus conquers in 5:5 and 6:2 twice. Here's the story. The beast conquers in 11:7. Remember 11 is this chapter with the 2 witnesses where we meet the beast and he kills the witnesses and puts them to death. The beast conquers, the word is used there in 13:7 and 17:14. And then the saints conquer in 12:11, 15:2, and 21:7. So this is where we are right now, right? Is that right? Where the beast? The reason why I have this thread running through Revelation is because the message is that Jesus conquers, but it looks like in the middle that the beast is going to conquer, but the promise of the book is that the saints will conquer, to the one who overcomes, to the one who conquers. But I'm not trying to take away from your point, I'm just saying that's a thread. That word you would, I almost said you right-click on that word. On my software, right-click on that word and sort in Revelation, and you'll see the thread.
That'll preach right there.
That's a sermon. That's right. I think that's all I got to say. I really do. I'm not joking about this. I really do feel like I need to apologize a little that I'm not going to give you anything on these 7 heads and 10 horns, but I'm just telling you, I don't have you anything to give. I've got you lots of different opinions from different people, but I don't have anything that I feel good about. So, does anybody have any answers that you want to give us?
I have a question.
Okay.
Do you think it ties it all to one of there's a beast in the Old Testament that also has the 10 horns, and then one gets torn off and 3 come up. Do you think it's tied to that?
Yeah. I mean, especially since it's coming from Daniel. Like Daniel is very behind all of this. Yeah. Megan, did you have one?
Well, I was just curious why you put 17, 14, and
Should that one be God's people? When you read it, is that where we are too? Because they will make war on. That one might be a mistake. I remember that when and the Lamb will conquer them. That was a mistake. Yeah. But I knew that and I didn't mark it in my Bible. I went through it the other day. And when I was writing it up there just now, I was like, I don't feel right about it. But you're right. Let me fix it before. I'm done with 17. If you're ready to start packing up for dinner. 17:14 is Jesus. Okay, so when you come back, let's do this. Are we okay? It's 5:10 right now. Are we okay to be back by 6:30? How do we feel about that? Oh, is that right? 5 to 6 and 6:30. Are we okay with that? Does anybody want something different?
Maybe 6:40. I've got a 2-hour drive tonight, so I would like to get as much of this done as I can. So I prefer to do something fast and come back. Would be my preference.
You prefer to do what? So,
Get food that's quicker and then come back sooner would be my preference, because I've got a 2-hour drive tonight.
does anybody else have one? I'll make the decision. I just want to hear what you think first. I'm not asking you to be the bad guy on this. What? Stick to the plan, 6:30? Let's come back at 6:30 and is that the plan? Let's come. I know I've cut you short 10 minutes. I apologize. I'll hurry. Come back at 6:30. I would really like to say at this point, like, maybe we could hurry up and finish, or maybe we could call it. I still got a lot of stuff left to say. So let's stick to the plan. Eat your dinner, be back at 6:30, and we'll go. I'm sorry about that.
No, that's okay. We just might be a little.
That's okay. That's okay.